Hello, guys and gals, and welcome. Welcome. Tired today. We're gonna get into some more Diablo 2. I finished Myth of Wukong. Black Myth of Wukong was pretty cool. I really liked it. I'm thinking about doing a review video on it. I had a couple other ideas, but we shall see. And also, we are 12 days away from Diablo 4 Vessel of Hatred coming out. So, got some excitement there. I'm actually pretty excited about the D4 expansion. I have a lot of fun with it. Let's get started with the intro first, and then we'll hop into voice chat. All right. So let's get some Diablo 2 pumping today. And I think my sound is off because I don't hear my beautiful Blizzard logo. As always. It wouldn't be so bad if the sound capture program actually opened up like it was supposed to, and I didn't have to go through a rigmarole to get it to actually pull up and launch. It's such a pain in the butt application to get to do anything. It doesn't like to resize. It doesn't like to alt tab. It doesn't like to show up on any screen. And then if you close it by accident, well, good luck. Let's see, y'all. What do we want to play today? Do we want to play the Pyromancer? Or do we want to play the Penance? I was having a lot of fun with Penance. He's kind of ridiculous. Let's go play with him. Mr. Two-Handed Zeal Pally. Two-Handed Zealy Pally. Let's go slap around Travancore real quick, why not? Or get slapped around. Why you running? Why you running? Shredded. Come on down to Shredded Town, we shred for you. Come on down to Shredded Town, we shred. Who? Oh, cut my throat just the right way. Come on down to Shredded Town, we do that too. Oh, you see my new shirt? My little Chinchilla shirt came in. There's Nimoy, Chester, and William. My shirt. Wish I could make them come up a little bit higher. They look like they're peeking over the screen. They look like they're just peeking. That's why I'm peeking today. What's up? Where you going? Peek. He's kind of cute, to be honest. Cutie patooties. And my little buddies. I had to make him a shirt. And I had to order the shirt. I got a hoodie too, but it's a little bit too hot for a hoodie right now. I'll break out the hoodie later when it starts to get cooler. Into the cooler months. The back is really cool too. I think I like the back better than I like the front, but could be what it be. Brandy champion right off the bat. Let's go. Can't even identify it because I don't have any scrolls. Somebody drop me a scroll. Ow, who is biting me? many archers. So many archeru. Archeru. It's like Kane do the honors, since I have no scrolls anyway.
Good day.
There's Spike. Fools with life leech, damage low, very low, no ethereal. Bloody Grand Charm, +3 min. Now, Bloody Grand Charm is max at +3 min, which is essentially equivalent to +9 max. But it doesn't have any other secondary stat on it. And I think without any other secondary stat, it's pretty much worthless. It needs a secondary stat. I do have one in my inventory right now with a secondary stat. This one right here. But that one's only a +229, which isn't as good. That one actually needs to get sold to the NPC. This one's a +316.
Afternoon.
Who's next? Oh, Cold Plains is on TZ. Let's go to the TZ. I always find good stuff in the TZs. I think I might get a little bit of music going today. Sounds good. Let's go to Pretzel Rocks. Gotta make me put in a code. Yeah. Yeah, what do we want today? A little bit of lo-fi? A little bit of chill EDM? Sounds good to me. Yeah, these guys aren't TV'd. Ugh, it's a burial grounds mausoleum. The other way. Did I beat Wukong? Yep, and I did the secret ending. Autism. My army will destroy you. Heater of disgustingness. Actually not a terrible heater. And we're getting there, my friends. We're getting there. We killed some time with Blacksmith Wukong. Small chimmy chimmy. Small chimmy chimmy chimmy, small chimmy cham, small chimmy chimmy chimmy, small chimmy lamb. Gotta be a raccoon, my friends. Don't let them know until the end. Cause if you're not a raccoon, I don't know what to say to ya. Is all we gotta do ya.
Welcomes you.
I don't even know what I'm listening to right now. Are those words? I don't think those are words. Eastern Sun D2R mod, huh? Hmm. Yeah. Sorry, anything with a charm inventory is a nope out for me. Once I saw the charm inventory, I just, yeah, no thank you. Nope to the charm inventories. Also, ever since I understood very clearly, that inventory has a very strong role to play in what items fall. Like how much items you have in your inventory directly affects the items that you're getting. I've come to the realization that anything that enhances or changes the inventory is going to change the game irrevocably. I'm gonna be a stick in the mud. I'm choosing to be a stick in the mud. I don't like those kind of mods. Maybe if they did it without the charm inventory and without all those crazy things to the inventory space, I might be interested. But once you start adding all that stuff in, I'm just gonna nope right out. Man, this area sucks. It's crazy how my mana pool just fills up completely. Just 100% full in like a second. Less than a second. I can be completely empty and I go up and I just attack a monster and all of a sudden my mana is just 100% full.
I am overburdened.
Oh, boys. Now that's a good find. That's not a 1540, but that's pretty dang close. A 1534. Well. Well. A beautiful little 1534. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Now, for those of you guys who don't understand what I mean when I say that the inventory space affects what falls on the ground, and that adding in a bunch of extra inventory space can irrevocably change the way that the game works, I'd like to take you guys on a little journey, and I'll show you what I mean. Let's go on a little journey, shall we? I will be playing Diablo 4 Vessel of Hatred. Yeah, that's the title. You know, like the whole title says countdown to Vessel of Hatred. Let's take you guys on a little journey. I want to show you how this affects the game in general and how it can irrevocably change the way that the game generates items as well as other interesting things. So modifying the inventory space is something that a lot of people don't understand. Actually affects the game. And let me make sure I'm in the right place here. Yeah, I mean, if you already know what I'm talking about, then you already know what I'm talking about. But I want to show you guys that don't know what I'm talking about, what I'm talking about. Okay, so this is a chest. This is a super chest, and I am in a specific seeded code. And the reason why I'm showing you this is because I want you to see that the inventory that you have actually affects the drops. So when they start adding in things like a charm inventory, when they start adding in like a whole bunch of additional storage space in your stash. What they're doing irrevocably is they're changing the way that the game functions. And I can prove this to you with some simple tests. So all we have to do is we need, hold on, I need to go get some ID scrolls because I'm an idiot. Alright, so we got some ID scrolls. Good. Now, what we're going to do is I'm going to take you on a little bit of a journey here, and I'm going to show you how items affect the rolls that actually fall on the items, what items fall, and all sorts of other things. And I want you to see this because I don't want you guys to think that I'm just a stick in the mud and I'm like, nah, I don't want to get charm inventory. Ooh, look at them adding all that inventory space. That's not how the original game was. Yuck. No, that's not what we're doing here, okay? What I'm doing here is I want to show you how the game uses the items in your inventory to actually determine what is falling. And in that way, what I'm hoping to show you is that when you add in a bunch of additional inventory space, you are irrevocably changing the result and thereby removing the original experience from the game entirely. And I'm going to show you this. So we get some keys. Let me grab 2 stacks of keys, just, because I'm probably going to need more keys than that. All right, so that should be good. We are prepared, I believe. Now, everything has different modifiers, different variables that will determine the results of what's falling. And inventory space or items in your inventory is actually one of those modifiers. Depending on what you're doing, the items in your inventory can determine things like the stats on an item when it comes to super chests. As you can see right now, I have the Dirk of Carnage, right? Well, if I leave and I rejoin, I'm going to show you that the Dirk of Carnage no longer drops because I've added an item into my inventory. So for every single item that you have in your inventory, including runes, even if those runes are in a weapon, you are adding 1 to the variable total stack, and the variable total stack changes what item falls on the ground. So for instance, right now you see I have the Deadly Dirk. Okay. Now to prove to you that the items are affecting what is actually falling, I'm going to drop both of these Dirks back on the ground. And remember, the Dirk of Carnage was the one that we got first, right? So we dropped 2 items on the ground, and we're going to leave, and we're going to come back. And I'm going to open up that chest again. And what you're going to see is that it's going to drop the same Dirk of Carnage because we have the same number of items. The number of items in your inventory is the main redeeming factor of the stats that appear on the item when the item falls. This time I got the Grand Scepter because I did something wrong. Did I click on the wrong difficulty? Hold on. All it takes is tiny variable changes. So now we have the Dirk again, and look, it's the Dirk of Carnage, the same exact one. Now, if we want to manipulate the Dirk of Carnage and we want to get a different item, we can drop items on the ground. So for every item that we drop on the ground, we can change it in a negative way, or we can pick up items, and by picking up items, we can change it in a positive way. Like, for instance, if I pick up this potion and I put it in my inventory, then I can change the stats on the Dirk to be something else. So, as an example, I've now picked up the Dirk, which is 1 item, and I've picked up the potion, which is 2 items. So now I have 2 more items in my inventory than I had before, right? This means that the item that falls from the chest is going to be a completely different item than one we've seen before, because this item is 3 up on the list, right? So when you start adding things like a charm inventory down here, it's going to add to the total number of available items that is going to change the stats on the items that you're getting completely. This also works for the stash. So if you put an item in the stash, as an example, so let's go to the stash, and I'm going to take this Dirk of Carnage, and we're going to place this right here, and we're going to throw the potion on the ground because that was our +1, right? So what we want to do is we want to replicate getting the same item. Actually, you know what? Let's keep that potion. We're going to replicate getting the same item that we just got, right? So we just got the... I can't remember the name of it for some reason. We got the Dirk of Gore, right? So we're going to put those 2 items in our stash instead of in our inventory. And what this is to show you is that enhancing the size of the stash, like for instance in that video that I pulled up just a little while ago with the... what was it called? The East Rising Sun or Eastern Sun or something, where they had like an insanely large stash space, and this also applies to you pluggy users as well. You are also in this. You're changing the way that the game works as well, because every single item in your stash is also counting toward the total of items. See, we ended up with the Dirk of Gore again. So every item in your inventory, every item on your character, every item in your stash, and every item in your shared stash also counts toward the total of number of items that checks against what is going to fall in terms of these stats. Now, that's just super chests. And you'll be like, okay, well, what about other stuff? Well, other stuff is also affected by this. So when you click on containers, let's go to, for instance, outer cloister. Inner cloister. So in inner cloister, there's a dead rogue. And I'm going to show you that the number of items that you have in your inventory directly affects what falls from the dead rogue and how that dead rogue responds to when you're clicking on it for various items. So for instance, if we go into inner cloister and I click on the dead rogue, you'll notice that he drops me a crude bone helm, greater healing potion, and a super mana potion. This happens every single time as long as the number of items in my inventory stays the same. So for instance, if I go back there, and we're going to click on the same body, so we get the same crude bone helm, greater healing potion, and super mana potion, right? However, if I pick up something, like let me pick up this healing potion, we're going to put this in our cube, all right? So when I come back to this place after having picked up a potion, what you're going to notice is that the body no longer drops that item anymore. Now it drops something else. Now it's dropping arrows, 216 gold, and low quality stag bow. If I pick up the arrows and I put those in my stash, the arrows also count as a single item, and the arrows are also going to change the total number of variable stacks and is going to change the items that fall from the body as well. So now we are at a completely different one, which is the low quality scythe, the greater healing potion, and the key. Alright, so let's pick up the greater healing potion, and let's take the greater healing potion, and we're going to put that in the stash, right? So, and we're going to put it in the shared stash. Alright, and when we go back to the same game, what you're going to notice is that the body doesn't drop those items anymore. So, even if you have the item in your shared stash, it also changes the item total, right? What I'm trying to get at by this is that any modification of Diablo 2 that changes the inventory space in any way irrevocably changes how items fall, what items you're going to get, what stats are going to be on the items, and in general is messing with the way that the random number generator works within the game. Think about it more like random number generation manipulation, where you're literally trying to manipulate the random number generator in a certain way to achieve certain results. Now, because they're just simply adding massive amounts of storage space into the game, there's no telling exactly how that is going to affect the random number generator system, the pseudo random number generator system, because the pseudo number generating system is dependent on the number of items you have in your inventory as a variable to determine what falls. This includes monsters as well. So monsters are also affected by this. If you go out into the Bloodmoor, for instance, and you kill a monster, the monster will drop a specific item, like 249 gold, or a super mana potion. Depending on the number of items you have in your inventory, it changes, depending on what they drop. It also changes depending on what order you kill them in. So if you have, for instance, like in the Eastern Sun mod, which I'm going to show you for a second here. So if you have this kind of inventory, like in the Eastern Sun mod, where your inventory is literally ridiculously huge, like this, and you've got like 18 shared stash tabs and a charm inventory and everything else in the world, what you've done here is you've completely and utterly changed the way that the game drops items. The game will no longer drop items the same way that it did before. And I don't like this. This is trash to me. Like, anybody that does this to the game just doesn't understand how the game works and is changing the way that the game functions at a basic level. That would be like me going into Dungeons and Dragons and instead of playing with you know, like a D20 dice. I just decided that, you know, we're going to play with a D2000 dice. And that's all of our rolls are going to be on a D2000 dice from now on. And that's it. And, you know, the rules be damned. We're just gonna, everybody's rolling with a D2000 now. Okay? We got our D2000 dice, and we're just gonna roll with that bad boy. That's what we're rolling with, buddies. A D2000. Can't even find a picture of a D2000. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. Ah, dang it, I accidentally closed the music. Consarn it. Consarn it. It was. So when they changed the game from Diablo 2 to Diablo 2 Resurrected, they add the shared stash tabs. And the shared stash tabs did actually change the way that the items fell within the game. This more inventory space that they gave us was a direct change to the random number generator system from Diablo 2 LOD. Can I extrapolate it? Not really. I know that one item means one piece of equipment. 2 items means a completely different piece of equipment. 3 items means a completely different piece of equipment, and so forth and so on. To put it in a more succinct way, if you are running a character that has, you know, like for instance, the amount of inventory space that's currently in D2R, right? So let's run the numbers real quick, right? So let's say there's what? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 times 4, which is 40 inventory spaces on your person. And then this is a 10 by 10, right? Which is 100. So you've got 40 plus... I'm pretty sure this is a 10 by 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, 10 by 10. So which is 100 spaces. 100 plus 100 plus 100 plus 100 equals 440 is the maximum variable count. Okay, so in Diablo 2 at the moment, if you are running the maximum variable count, right? So Diablo 2 Resurrected, the maximum variable count is currently 440. If you are running that Eastern Sun mod, which has a ridiculously larger inventory space and more tabs, then your maximum variable count becomes something like 10,000 plus. And we have no clue how that affects the pseudo-random number generator. We don't know if it makes it worse. We don't know if it makes it better. And it's not like you're always going to be at 10,000. It's as you fill up the stash tabs. So as you fill up each individual stash tab, you are causing the issue to occur. The more items that you have in your inventory in general, the more different drops you are going to get from the base game. The base game is going to be so far from what you're getting, essentially, that you're going to be in like a completely different world of drops. And like once you start stacking up the variables past 440, which in the Eastern Sun mod you could potentially keep the total number of items in your inventory at 440 or less, which means that you would have the same drops from D2R. However, as soon as you hit 441, you are now out of the realm of Diablo 2 Resurrected. It does also include your inventory space here, so I guess you could also add in, what is that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then these are kind of like wild cards because you can actually have the runes in the word actually count as well, which is a whole thing. So there's like a maximum number there that you can achieve as well. It gets complicated. I did not say that, Kizaru. Did I break what again? What did I break? What did I break? The moral of what I'm trying to get across is that it's not just about inventory space. Okay? If it was just a simple matter of, hey, add more inventory space, or hey, add more stash tabs, then, you know, like, that wouldn't be a big deal. You know, like, okay, just add more stash tabs, right? What's the big deal? It's not like stash tabs are tied into any kind of, like, advanced system of random number generation or anything. But that's not the case. It is actually tied into a system of advanced number generation. And that's kind of like the whole thing, is that in general in Diablo 2, your inventory space is not just your inventory space. It's something so much more than just your inventory space because of the way that they tied it into the game as a whole. There was a video game that I think has an analog example to what I'm talking about. No, not very. Very would be the wrong word. Not the same would be more accurate. Or to put it another way, you're not playing the same game. In other words, if I'm playing Diablo 2 Resurrected with the normal inventory space, and you're playing Diablo 2 Resurrected with 30 additional stash tabs, and you've got most of them full with equipment, we are playing two different games. You're playing a completely different game than the one that I'm playing because the drops that you're getting are completely different than mine in every way, shape, and form. Does that different mean good? Not necessarily. Does that different mean bad? Not necessarily. But it does mean different. It means that we're basically just not playing the same game. Where's my soul rune stack? I got no soul runes in here? I guess I don't have any soul runes. Must have ran out. I mean, let me put it this way. In Diablo 2 Resurrected, when the game first launched, everybody felt like the rune drop rate was really high. And they had suspected that Blizzard was responsible for changing the rune drop rate in Diablo 2 Resurrected, upping it, you know, for the expansion, or for the you know, the new version of the game. And I don't think that's the case at all. I think what happened is that in the new version of the game, in Diablo 2 Resurrected, they added more inventory space. And unbeknownst to them, because I don't even think the Blizzard that we have right now is even aware of this, unbeknownst to them, adding more inventory space changed the way that the game dealt with drops. And in doing so, they inadvertently changed the game in a way that caused runes to fall more often than they did before. That's the kind of changes that you'll see when you start adding in more inventory space or subtracting inventory space. It causes inadvertent changes in the way that the game calculates the data, to the point where you can have, for instance, more runes falling or less runes falling. It really depends on what they do and how many items they're adding or removing, because you know, you have no idea what is on the other end of those changes. There could be any number of odd things happening from adding more items into the game or adding more inventory space, rather. We're not just talking about what falls, because items don't just govern what falls, they also govern the stats on the items that fall. I mean, I've sat there and I've tested it, and I've tried to find the answer, and I can't tell you the answer. Like, I've tried to go from, like, 1 or 0 items in my inventory, and I tried to add items in my inventory to go all the way up to the maximum number of items and see if there was a limit. Like, if it was a recursive loop, for instance. One of the things that I had kind of, like, thought was that maybe this variable system, you know, has a pattern, like you know, like the good old, what do you call it? The little, you know, the pianos. You guys remember the self-playing pianos? There was a, it's like a sheet, right? And the sheet has a rerun section. So, like, yeah, here it is right here. That's a picture of it. So one of the things that I had originally thought was that it might be like this, right? That the number of items in your inventory might eventually loop around, right? And then you're at the beginning of the song again. And I tried to find this out. I tried to see how far I could go and whether or not there was an ending to it and whether it would loop back around on itself by recording the drops of basically everything that fell from variable 0 all the way up to, like, variable 440 something. And the answer that I came up with was no. There's no end to it. There's no tape. Like, it's not a recursive loop as far as I can tell. I mean, it still requires some more testing, and maybe I need to get one of those modded programs that has more inventory space just to see if I can test it further. But there doesn't seem to be a loop. What's happening is the variable is being used to create the result. Think about it like this. And let me pull my notepad up real quick. So think about it like this. All right, let's say that an item is going to fall, and the game inputs, you know, like some sort of number. It doesn't matter what it is, right? Then the number is then multiplied by the number of items in your inventory. All right? Then it gets a resulting number, which becomes, you know, something like, you know, like blah, blah, blah. I'm just making this up as I go along, right? So it makes a resulting number, right? Then the resulting number might be divided, or it might be subtracted from, or it might be, you know, any other number of things that cause it to end up in a end result number, right? And from what I can understand is that this number is basically the guiding number that determines this number at the end, which is essentially your item, right? What item fell, what stats are on the item, etc. And there's actually some actual math behind this, but this number being changed to something like 2,340 has a drastic difference, a drastic change on what item actually comes out as the end result. So it's not necessarily like one of those systems that rolls back on itself. There's not a pattern. It's using formulas that are coming to a result. Then the formulas that are coming to the result are using that base number, and changing that base number too high causes the result to be foreign to the game entirely. So it turns into a result that would have never happened in the original game. Oh god, that's spicy. Spicy, spicy. Oh Lord Jesus, spicy, spicy, spicy. Please don't eat my face. Spicy, spicy. Why are you so spicy? Ow. I got a Shamshir and my Merc died. That was not worth it. It's a poopy Shamshir. It's a poopy amulet.
Stay a while and listen. Hello.
What the hell's with this music today? There's all these vocals in the background. I'm pretty sure I specifically chose no vocals. Timing doesn't matter. Timing is not a factor. Timing is not a factor at all. People have told me that when I first started doing it, everybody was like, timing's a factor. And I'm like, I don't believe timing is a factor. And I tested it and conclusively proved that timing was not a factor. Timing didn't have anything to do with it. What order the monsters die does affect it, yes. That's one thing. What order you click on the chests also seems to affect it. There are ways in which timing can seem like it's coming into the equation, but it's not. I mean, you can clearly see this by just simply doing a test. So, like, if we go offline again real quick, hold on. I will show you that timing is not a factor. I do this every single time somebody brings up timing as a factor. I want to utterly and very distinctly dispel the myth that timing is a factor, okay? And I need to make sure that you guys understand this, because every time somebody comes up here and says timing is a factor, I want to make sure to squash that bug as if it were a cockroach crawling on my apple pie, okay? I want to just destroy that bug completely from existence, eradicate it, feed it to the dog, let it poop out, take the poop, put it in a garden, let it grow a flower, pick the flower, burn the flower, spread the ashes over the ocean, okay? I know, and that's why I'm trying to make sure that I can teach this to you guys, alright? So let's go back to this chest real quick, and I'm going to click on this chest, and you see it has a dirk and a double axe. The dirk and the double axe give me a dirk of swiftness, right? Okay, dirk of swiftness. Everybody remember the dirk of swiftness. Okay, so we went straight there, right? We clicked on it immediately. We did what we were supposed to do, right? So now I'm going to go back to Lower Kurast, and we're going to sit here. And oh look, it's still a dirk of swiftness. Then people started to come up with other silly ideas, which I also dispelled. Silly idea number 2. Oh, well, if it's not timing, it's movement. The amount of space that you move in the game determines it. You know, like how many steps you take is calculated in. Oh look, it's still a dirk of swiftness. So what have we proved here? We proved that timing is not an issue. We proved that number 2, movement is not an issue. So, if timing is not an issue and movement is not an issue, then why does it seem like it is when you're doing it? When you're actually performing the measures to obtain the item, why does it seem as if it is? Well, the answer to the question that I irrevocably came up with was that there are borders within the game, and the borders within the game change the variables depending on which border you approach. That's why movement seems like it's involved. As an example, if you guys have ever seen the Minecraft blocks, or what is it called? I'm trying to remember what they call it in Minecraft. It's like a segment of space where everything exists within that space, and then each one is segmented from each other. And they're basically lines that cause the world to be separated in this way, and I can't remember the name of it for some reason. Why am I blanking on the name? Chunks? Yeah, I think chunks is the term they use. So in Minecraft, there are what are called chunks. And chunks are essentially an entire piece of land that exists within a certain area. You can actually map out the chunks, or you can have mods that will actually show you where the chunks exists. And the chunks have borders, and the borders are loaded into the game in a certain way, right? So because of the way that the chunks exists within the map, the game actually starts to load things in an odd way depending on when you pass over the border of a chunk. Diablo 2, I don't think, is any different from this in any way. I believe there are chunks in the map that are loaded, and once you pass over the border of one of those chunks, you initiate a new area to be loaded in. And to be very clear, when you initiate a new area to be loaded in, you are in fact changing the results. And this is something that you can very easily test. Now, an entire chunk not loading in Minecraft was actually a thing. So here's an image of like one whole chunk. This is an entire chunk just not being loaded in. You see, this entire area from the floor down represents a chunk within the map of Minecraft. And very similarly to the way that that works in Diablo 2 is that there are borders that represent these chunks, and when you pass over the chunk, you are entering into the new chunk, which then has to be loaded. One of the things that I found out is that the order in which you load the chunks can change the result of what monsters you get, which I had fun playing around with as well. So, for instance, if you go to Lower Kurast and you walk down here first, you'll notice that you'll have this monster down here, which is named... well, there's no named monster down here right now. Okay. So, no named monster at the moment. Let's do a little bit of playing around, shall we? I'm going to show you what I mean about loading the chunks in specific orders. If we could see the borders to the chunks, things would change. But what we're going to do is I'm going to teleport up here, okay? And I'm going to teleport up to what I'm pretty sure is a different chunk. So I'm all the way up here, and I'm going to teleport back down. All right. Now when I come down here, I still have the tree lurkers, but the chest doesn't drop me the dirk anymore. Because I've changed the order in the variables in a certain way that is predictable. It's basically looking for the chunk layer. And you can play around with this and you can actually figure out where the chunk layers are. As an example, let's go to Act 1 and we can play around with one of the corpses. That's right, we're playing around with a corpse. I'm a necromancer lover. You guys knew that. I love playing around with corpses. I'm a necromancer. That's my jam. Alright, so we're going to go to Inner Cloister, and I'm going to click on the body. Alright, we're not going to pick anything up, but just take note that it is a ring, a damaged full helm, and 171 gold. Alright, so take note of that. Gold also does not affect it at all. The amount of gold that you have in your inventory does not change it. We tested this pretty conclusively back when we were doing the original testing. Alright, so we know what drops from this item. Alright, ring, damage, full helm, 171 gold. As long as we don't change any of the variables, we're fine. So I decided that I wanted to test out things like where the chunk separations were. And I wanted to see how far I could go before I hit a chunk separation. Is standing at the door a chunk separation? Let's find out. So the answer is no. Okay, so standing at the door is not far enough past the chunk separation. And in this way, you can actually find the chunk separations and figure out exactly where they are. I would take a long time to map this out, right? So let's go this way. Let's travel down here. We're going to walk down here, and then we're going to walk back up here, and we're going to click on the corpse. It's still a damaged full helm, a ring. Okay, so this entire area may just be one chunk, which is perfectly acceptable. Maybe the chunks are that big. Maybe they're even bigger than that, right? That's what she said. But let's go, say, for instance, up into the cloister. So let's walk up to the pillars, and then let's walk back. Did we pass over the border of a chunk there? No, we didn't. So the cathedral is still part of that chunk. They're both in the same chunks then. And then you just play around with this, and you just keep trying to figure out exactly how far you can go before you hit one of these imaginary barriers. Now, here's where things get really fun. When you're looking at something like the Minecraft chunks, and you realize that the Minecraft chunks are set up in a grid, right? So looking at this real quick, they're set up in a grid, right? So if you pass over, like right here, you're passing from one chunk to the next, right? But here's where things get really complicated. If you pass over a corner, you can pass over 1, 2, 3 different chunks in like a second, right? So you can go from here to here, and you might touch this chunk and touch this chunk, which causes the variables to change 3 times before you get to the other side of the thing. So depending on where you're crossing, whether you're crossing in the middle or whether you're crossing near the edges, the result changes even more. Let's play around with this some more, shall we? Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. So let's go up to the second pillar now. Okay, so we went up to the second pillar, and let's see if we can find that layer. We found it. So the second pillar changed the result. Let's do that again. Let's verify. Let's see just how far the second chunk is before we realize that the chunk has changed, right? So let's do this one more time. So make sure that we're getting the damaged full helm, the ring, and the 171 gold. Okay, so we're still getting it. Nothing has changed in the variables to cause a difference. Then we're going to go back to the inner cloister. We're going to walk up here. And let's only go halfway to the next pillar. Let's see if the chunk is right here, where the candles are, and then we're going to go backwards. We got the stamina potion and the 250 gold. Okay. So we now have a general idea of where it is. Now, one thing I want to eliminate from this is my mercenary, because my mercenary could be walking over the chunk layer himself, messing up my results. So we're going to get him killed real quick, if we can. Time to sabotage my boy here. Sabotage. Forge your molly. What's up, Chunks? You showed up just in time. We're talking about all these chunks. We must have said your name about 10,000 times.
I saw you having trouble finding your soul in the stash too. That was funny.
Alright.
Still doing your single player stuff?
Oh, I was online. We just had some questions about stuff, and somebody mentioned that Eastern Sun mod. And I was trying to explain to people how the adding inventory space affects the drops. Alright. So now that we got our mercenary dead, let's go back and we're gonna try this one more time. Let's see if we can figure out exactly where the chunk barrier is and work on that, right? So let's try this again. We're gonna go back to the candle. So we're just gonna go right here to the candle and we're gonna come back. I'm afraid my mercenary might have been skewing the results. So we got 182 gold and a superior heavy belt. That's a different result than we got before. Let's try it again. So let's go to, instead of going to the candles, let's go to the first set of pillars. Cracked bone helm, super healing potion. I think it's because I got my merc killed. So I'm not sure if you guys are aware of this, but your merc's items also count toward the total. So by getting him killed, we kind of messed up the test. But we can just get the new results and we can go from there. So let me just drink my potion so I don't accidentally drink that later. Okay, so we got arrows, 216 gold, low quality stag bow. Let's try it again. Cracked grim scythe, war gauntlets. Probably because I drank my potion. You guys see how like ridiculously tied into the game your items are, right? Like just me drinking a potion changed the drops. Okay, so we got cracked grim scythe, superior war gauntlets. Like that's verified now because we got it 2 times in a row, so we're good. All right, so now let's check and see if we can change the results by walking to the pillar. So first things first, let's just walk to the first set of pillars and we'll walk back. And do we still get the war gauntlets and the crack scythe? We do. All right, now let's try the candles. Oops, wrong waypoint. Okay, so we're going to walk to the candles, and then we're going to walk back. And we still got the war gauntlets. Okay, so let's try the second set of pillars. Oops, that was nightmare. Alright, so we're going to walk to the second set of pillars, and then we're going to walk back. And this time we got Scroll of Identify, Ring, Damage Plate, Boots, and Bolts. Alright, let's verify that as a result. So we're going to double check it. Make sure that happens 2 times in a row. So pillars and then back. So same result. So what we found out at this point is that the border to the chunk is somewhere in between the candles and this pillar. It might even be right here in between these 2 items right here. So this is the border of the chunk between these 2 areas. So when you cross this border, you're changing the variables, right? And that's what I found out, is that it's not about movement, it's not about time. It's about crossing the chunk barriers in the game that exist invisibly underneath of our feet, essentially. And we could even...
have no barriers.
And Chunk has lots of barriers. So you could even refine it even further. You could be like, okay, well, where exactly is it, right? And you could slowly try and figure out exactly where the barrier is. So let's try and go right there, in between the 2, and let's see if that works. So in between the 2 worked. So the chunk is probably literally right here. Like whatever the line is, the separation in the way that the game functions, it's most likely literally right here. And this is all over the place. So the entire game has these separations all over the place. There's corners to these separations. There's barriers in them. And they're going to be like, especially in big wide open areas, they're going to be all over the place. Do you get the same loot if you were in Legacy mode? I don't think the mode changes anything, but... I don't think you can't load into the game in Legacy mode, I don't think.
I did start a classic offline character today.
Oh, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
That should be fun.
No one ever wants to do a classic run online.
I want to do an original classic run. I want to do like a 1.07 run. Or 1.06 maybe.
Well, you gotta put them files up in the Discord.
Wah,
Or
wah.
we can pre-patch it.
Oh, man.
You done with your theory crafting?
Oh, I'm not doing anything.
No.
Just showing
Well, I
people
mean,
stuff.
You were like, doing theory craftings.
I'm just showing people stuff.
Theory stuff.
I'm just
Offline
showing
stuff.
people stuff that I discovered.
So I'm gonna join your game.
I don't know. What do you need? What are you doing?
Just doing a regular old farming.
I'm in GGM too. I'm just murdering stuff.
Well, that's what I'm gonna do.
Not here.
Need to level up so you can craft some ammies. My druid needs an ammy.
Did you see my jewel I found?
Yeah, did you see your reply you got?
Oh, you want it?
No. I just thought that was the proper reply.
That's terrible. Why would you do that? That's not nice.
Because it's not nice.
Yeah, I kind of like finding a 1534. I mean, sure, it's not a 1540, and it's not insanely valuable. But you know what the cool thing about a 1534 is? I'd be totally comfortable just throwing that in an item. Wouldn't even think twice about it.
I've got a couple of them that are requirement though. 1534 requirements. And they serve the purpose. These quill rats are mean as shit.
They are mean. They gave me they amplified my damage. It's rude. I don't like it. All my mercenaries dead. Hold on. Let me go get my merc. Hey, Chunks. You want this jewel?
No, I don't want the boot jewel.
You don't want the brown jewel? Come on. Brown.
Afternoon.
I wonder why that's brown.
I don't want to know where that came from. Cubus. What weapons are you using?
People never played 1.07 online? What are you talking about? What weapon am I using?
On your mark.
Oh.
I know what weapon you're using. Grief and boomstick.
Amp stick.
But you're using a plague.
You got a plague?
No, but I got a base.
Yeah, I don't think that's true, Charlotte. No. I mean, I certainly played the earlier versions in Classic. I remember the Classic versions. Before, I remember playing online with Diablo 2 before Diablo 2 Lord of Destruction came out.
Go down in that evil place.
Yeah, you're talking about like the difference between 1.07 being a beta client and 1.08 being the one that was on the CD, but that's assuming that you had the CD versions and you were only installing from the CD. Some people downloaded it, downloaded the patches. Blood Crescent Scimitar. I mean, that was how I got all of my patch updates for the longest time, was downloading the patches. And you could still play Classic when LOD came out. So one of the things that happened was is you ended up getting a patch for Classic to a specific version, even though you didn't have access to LOD.
Oh my god!
I remember that was originally the reason why I ended up going to LOD, is because they completely ruined Classic, essentially. That was the reason. So I remember getting the patch that basically ruined Classic, and I was like, okay, well, I might as well just move on to LOD at this point, since Classic is garbage.
There's bad things in the middle there. After you. Here, I'll give you a VO. Go that way. That way.
Oh, I got amp still on me. I was waiting for my amp to go away. I'm a melee fighter. It hurts my soul.
I know. No,
Now I'm
it's
gonna go to
around that
town real
corner.
quick and just clear
It's
it.
around. It's around that corner.
Oh, I'm gonna clear my amp.
Mine's gone. Yours should be too. Ow! Buttholes.
I can't even install the game from the CDs anymore. My CDs are all, it's like they don't even work. You know, back in the day when Diablo 2 was live, I used to look for a no CD patch every single time there was a patch. No
So
CD.
did
And you know why? It wasn't because I wanted to cheat. It was because I had like 6 discs and none of them worked.
I had a crack right in the plastic circle on my LOD disc.
Yeah, and it wouldn't detect for the copy protection.
It would detect like 1 out of 5 times.
You have to take it out, put it back in, 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 and eventually it might work. And so that's why I ended up going for a no CD patch. I would try and find those cracks, because if you didn't, like, you just couldn't play. I actually, well, I actually ended up cloning the disc through was it Clone CD, and the crazy thing is it would work for a little while, and then it would just stop working. Like eventually, it would no longer read the disc or something. It was like the tiniest little scratch on the disc would cause the copy protection to fail.
I used Damien tools for years.
I could never get the artificial ones to detect the copyright protection. It would never work.
The virtual drives?
Yeah, the virtual drives would never work for me.
I've still got it on some old hard drives I've got sitting on the shelf.
Yeah, we had to burn the file onto an actual CD and put it into the drive. That's the only way it would work for us. And even then, the CD would eventually stop working, and we'd have to burn another one.
I burnt the one image and never had to turn back after that. Just kept copying it every time I got a new hard drive.
Yeah, the copy protection on it was so bad. I don't know what they used to, like, have the game recognize... Well, those aren't terrible. Have the game recognize what's going on, but... really, really bad tri-reses with some decks. And repairs durability.
But I did download all my patches. Thank you.
Well, maybe that's something I didn't try. We didn't unplug our CD drives. We needed them too much. Is that it? I think we cleared it.
Go to chaos over here.
Yeah, let's just focusing on the TZ. I'm having fun. I like doing the TZs because they're much better drops. I found some more monsters. I killed them. They hide in the corner. They think they are safe, but they are not safe. From the 200 Zeal Palais. Found a Storm Shield, wondering if it's ever recommended for a Paladin to use a Storm Shield over Haas. I mean, if you want to be a tank god, I mean, that 30% physical damage reduction ain't no joke. I mean, yeah, you're giving up plus to skills and you're giving up some all-res, but Storm Shield is certainly not a terrible shield. Is Haas better? I do feel like Haas is better, but if you're on a build that has, you know, like really low damage reduction, physical damage reduction, and that's like the only way you can add in some physical damage reduction, it might be acceptable. Immune to physical. Haha.
Yeah, what's the ball here? Hana to B to the 220.
I need to make a video, like literally just proving to people that the bone break charm actually works. People just don't understand.
Are monsters high enough level here to craft 220 amulets?
I mean, they're 92. 92 divided by 2 is what? 46? And then your level is 90, so...
I'm 7 level.
So 45. 45 plus 46 is what? 80, 90, 91. So yeah. Most definitely.
So they can roll 220s?
As long as the number is above 87, I believe. So your level divided by 2 and the monster's level divided by 2. Then you're fine. You just add them together. It's a really simple math equation. I'll type it in.
Forget it.
I'll type it into chat. It's so it's eye level divided by 2 plus sea level divided by 2 equals total, which needs to be higher. It needs to be higher than, I believe it's 87. They add them together. I forgot to. Yeah, I had to put it there. Okay. So in this particular case, if we run the math, the area is 92 and you're level 90. So 90 divided by 2 equals 45, and plus 92 divided by 2 equals 46, which is 46 plus 45 equals what, 91? So currently at 91, which is well above 87, which is what we need. A one-socket crusader's bow. Poopies and poopies. A poopida doopida doopida poopida poopida doopida boo. A poopida poopida doopida poopida 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 roo. Yeah, I swear there's got to be some kind of Easter egg to the 666 gold piles. It can't be a coincidence that you get 666 gold coming out of a gold pile. There's got to be some sort of Easter egg there. You know how, like, there's the whole thing with the glomes where the glomes spell out somebody's name? I bet you there's something there with the gold piles, too. A rune scepter, a scepter of runeliness. Oh wow, it's kind of a neat one. So unfortunately, it's only 2 sockets. +3 to redemption, +2 to fanaticism, +1 to concentration. What's up, little spiky fiends? I fear thee not. For I am not on a fast Zila. I am on a big hitting Zila, which is a big difference, and I will kill you. No, the immune to physicals. He's physical. Physical. Chain lightning's pretty strong. Oh god, it's scary over here.
Ow!
Yeah, it's scary. Keep firing.
God.
Don't stop firing. Don't stop. Wow, an elder staff, a legendary mallet, chaos armor. All blue.
I want an amulet. I want an amulet.
He wants an amulet. 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 You know what's something I never tested? I wonder if I wonder what governs the skills that roll on the items.
Lummy. Lummaroon.
Oh, lemmy.
No, a lum.
Oh, a lum.
Oh,
Oh.
not a lum.
That's sad. Limbs are better than lumps.
Well, lumps move up to limbs down the food chain.
Sadness. Poor pathetic limbs. I mean lums. I mean lummy lums. Pathetic lummies.
Mr. Goody Two Shoes, Mr. Goody Two Shoes. Ginger Evil Mentor here. Why bother farming when you can go to MMOEXP.com and simply purchase your items in gold? GGM would have you farm the items. What a pathetic being. Use code GEM Ginger Evil Mentor for 6% off your entire purchase. And don't tell Ginger Gaming Mentor that I was here.
Oh no. Hey, what's up, Silva? Ah, an amulet. And I stole it. You want it? A white tiara. She's running around electrocuting everything. There's another amulet. You know, I would think that, you know, running around electrocuting people would probably be some pretty gruesome stuff. People screaming, writhing in pain on the ground. Sorceress has got to be a hardcore lady. I mean, she burns people alive. She freezes them to death. And she electrocutes them to death. I mean, Jesus. She's over there cackling in the background like an evil witch. Or the Crypt Keeper. That was more Crypt Keeper. The Crypt Keeper.
It's just not a good experience, Terror Zone.
Yeah, I wasn't going for experience. I was going for murder.
Not in town.
They're nice and chunky, and it feels good to smack them with my sword. That's pretty much all I'm going for. Mages. Those are not chunky. They are brittle, like candy cane. They are brittle like candy cane. Brittle like candy cane. Band braces. Armor shrine, yes please. I like to have the armor. It helps me not to die. The monsters do not smack me in the freaking fracking eye. Hey, Grand Charm. What we get? Spicy. And the survey says a 13% bone break. Nice. That's better than mine. Should take ours and go put it in the stack. 13% bone break. 13% bone breaky break. Is a breaker break. 13% is good enough. I might be able to just put that in permanently.
I'll take your old one.
You need a 16? Not the greatest.
Does that defensive skiller with life do anything for you?
Good afternoon.
Like, can
No.
you benefit from that at all?
No. Not running any defensive skills, really. At all, I don't think.
Just crap ones to find.
Physical. 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 Chop, 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 chop. What's up, Sean? Oh, I was wondering where the other barbarians came from. All of a sudden, there was 3 barbarians in here. We have another barbarian. Barbarian. A large charm. 15 mana, 11 life. It's terrible. It look like a dookie, it smell like a dookie, and it's pretty sure it's a dookie. I think that went up somebody's butt. Brr. Did we not find the thing yet? It must be up here. Oh, urns. Jars. Kick. Must kick all gerns and ours. Jars and urns. Urns and gerns and gerns and ours. Dying. Oh, I did. champion axe. Stop running away. Come over here. We want to kill you over the land so that you drop loots. Ah, got her. Vampire bone glovies. This is a horrible cold rupture. 79. Alright, next. Had the wrong aura on. Huh. Nephroon, Nephroon, where is my Nephroon? Nephroon, Nephroon, single Nephroon. One is the loneliest Nephroon that you'll ever do. Number one is the loneliest Nephroon that you'll ever do. They suck. They suck so bad.
At your service.
They're so terrible, I don't understand. They're just so bad. They'd not be good, they're bad.
Should have came to Chaos.
Right.
Could have had a chance.
What'd you get? Anything good? Nice. I got one of those already on my necromancer. You can keep it.
I planned on it.
It's yours. I don't need it.
Need it on my pally and my druid.
Good, use it.
I still don't have a 35 spirit.
That's terrible. All this time I've been gone playing Wukong and you ain't got 35 spirit?
I've been rolling them the whole time.
That's terrible.
33 is the highest I've got.
That's terrible. J-Mod
Out of
wire,
hell
please.
runes again, and out of Thol runes. I got plenty of armor.
I got souls.
Hammer.
I got a bunch of souls I can give you.
I don't have Thols. I don't have hells either. I keep finding stuff that doesn't make jabs on. Found Titans. Found a Volcalm.
So many monsters. I took a right turn, you guys took a left. I found every monster in the world. I ain't even walk with 2 feet. I've done killed most of them. That's a whole lot. I got the wrong aura on, don't I? I do have the wrong aura. I was demon monsters. That was not what I wanted to do. I guess that's one way to stay alive. Another amulet over here, Chunks. You want it?
Yeah, I'm not down there. Chaos.
You terrible, dirty hoe. Chop, chop, chop.
Goodness.
Wait a minute. Aren't I using a 15% IAS jewel in my helmet? I could take that out and I could put in that 1534 in my helmet. I don't see why not. Be a good use for it. A 1534 and a really good vamp gaze is not a bad option. It's a 20% DR vamp case too. Did we like completely miss the down cave, or did we already do the countdown cave? I don't even remember. No, we didn't do the down cave yet. I hear snakes. Trying to get that champion to come back up over the lane. Keeps running away.
Small charm. Nothing else on it. 3 max, 20 AR.
A 3 max what?
40 AR.
I got a bunch of really good ones. I'll have to check and see.
There's nothing else on it. No lot of eggs.
Back away from him, Speedy. He'll come out. As long as you stand nearby, he'll just get shooting at you. Punk. Lich wand. Check that.
Don't let. Oh, come on now.
What, you weren't finished?
Spawning Diablo right now.
How may I be of help?
We can only wait so long.
I like getting that players 3 drop.
Uh-huh.
I mean, y'all could always come and finish it off with me after you finish the tears, though.
Let's make some caster amulets. Make a really good one and not give to chunks. Let's go.
Hey, my pally is using an eye petlich still.
I mean, they roll a lot of interesting stats, but it doesn't have any skills on it. It's got 75% poison length reduction, mana. Damage taken goes to mana. Meh. First one is a failure. Das un failure. Second one is das un failure number 2. Double das un fail. All resistances 5. What a weird amulet. All 3 of them are failures. They're all going straight to the dirt. Straight to the dirt.
You got any keys?
We burned them all last time we were on. War gauntlets. Good old hellmouths. No monsters anywhere.
Gone!
Partisan.
That really hurt.
Ooh. Not bad. 2 to Phoenix Strike, 2 to Dragonflight. Those are okay bases for mosaics. A rare decapitator? Oh. It rolled 2 sockets and 30% increased attack speed, but it didn't roll the ED, and it rolled knockback. Find something good already? I already did. I found a 1534 jewel. Chris.
James Bond.
And Chunks found a frickin' arachnid's mesh, which he linked in chat and gloated to us about. We found some gores too.
Yeah, last game. Okay, I'm on the last seal, so
Okay, so leave the game right now. Got it.
please don't.
Everybody leave now.
Don't be like that.
Everybody leave now.
Don't be like that. We're friends.
I mean, friends tease each other, and that's what friends do.
No, that's not tease. That's a butthole.
I mean, friends are buttholes to each other, and that's what friends do. Professional level buttholes.
I don't think you learned how to play well with others. Child.
Hey, I was the last child, okay? I'm the baby. I got to watch all the other people make mistakes.
I ain't getting nothing right
Which I avoided.
now. Hey,
Oh god, there's
everybody
dolls!
go
There's
home.
dolls! Save me! There's so many dolls, 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 so many freaking dolls. All of them dolls, dolls, dolls. So many dolls. I don't like this one at all. Okay, this icy cellar is mean. It's spicy. Like taco night. With jalapenos. That's alright, get in
Do
there.
you want that charm?
Oh, the 32020? Was it 32020?
No, 320. No, it's just a 320.
I mean, I don't know if I need it. I got like a lot of stuff in my inventory right now. I've got like this one, and then I got this one, and then I
doesn't have
got
nothing
this
else
one.
Yeah. Oh wait, I don't care.
He cares, everybody. He cares.
No.
Don't let Chunks fool you. He really does care. He's a good guy. He's a goodest of Buddhist, just like Kubis the monster dog. I'm trying to let my mercenaries kill the dolls.
I am overburdened.
Speedy almost exploded. Exploded. Boop, boop, boop. This area was nasty as could be. Oh god, there's more dolls. Why? Why are there always more dolls? Go away. So many dollies that I don't want to play with. So many dollies that I'm freaking miffed. Time to go to City of the Damned. River Flame's a good place to farm anyway. Sounds like fun to me. I'm not really a big fan of City of the Damned, but we could just go straight to River.
No, I'll farm river all day.
No, this one's not bad. We didn't get the annoying monsters. It's actually a pretty good one. We got the Oblivion Knights, or the Abyss Knights. We got the Corpse Fiends, which are pretty easy to kill. And we got the Bats, which are also pretty easy to kill.
I just got booted.
That's because you were being mean to me, and then they don't like that.
I don't know what's going on here lately. I don't have any packet lost. I've tested that.
Maybe they're secretly throttling you.
No, I mean, Substance keeps booting me out of the game. So, and it only happens on D2.
Sean said Evil Chunks is about to stab somebody if he doesn't get his fiber connection. With a pair of scissors. So many monsters. They're like my mortal enemies because they keep spawning more babies that I have to then zeal. And even though I can one-shot every single baby, it doesn't matter though. They just keep throwing babies at me to interrupt my zeal chain. Hey, an Ormus. And the survey says... Oof.
Glacial Spike.
Warmth.
Ugh.
I mean, I mean, it's 13, it's 11, 13, 13. I mean, it could be useful for somebody, just as a elemental increase armor. Not a sorceress. Scarab shell boots. Chop, 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 chop. I was playing so much Black Myth Wukong, I got into like a lot of the stuff with them. I was like examining the bosses and whatnot, and I came to the conclusion that some of the bosses are just downright cheating. Which is pretty par for the course these days. It seems like they have to let the AI cheat. Otherwise, the AI doesn't stand a chance. A really good example is Alien Isolation. Not sure if you guys ever played that game, but people will tell you that they'll be like, "Oh man, the AI in that game is so good. It always hunts you down no matter where you are." And little do they know that the AI is cheating the entire time, and it doesn't actually like figure out where you are. It doesn't have like an advanced AI program that listens to your footsteps and like tries to figure out where you're gonna be and like hunts you down based on like clues that it's given. They just programmed in a second AI program is what they did. And the second AI program literally just tells the alien where you are. It doesn't give the alien your exact location. You know, like if you were hiding in your house, it wouldn't say, you know, like he's in the kitchen cupboard. Instead, it would just say, oh, he's in the kitchen. The alien then goes into the kitchen to try and find you in the kitchen because the other brain, and basically the AI has two brains, and one of them is the cheater brain. The cheater brain tells the alien all the time where you are. So it's not actually figuring out where you are. It's being told where you are. It's cheating. And a lot of the times that's how like some of the more difficult AIs come into existence is they're actually not following the rules of the game. They're cheating. And I found out a couple things about Wukong. There was a couple in there where they were kind of like cheating. Like things that the bosses were doing that just didn't make any sense. And then once you kind of like freeze-framed them and went back and looked at them, it was definitely cheating. I still beat them anyway. But it doesn't mean they're not cheating. In a way, it's kind of disingenuous, especially with Alien Isolation, because, you know, like in the beginning of the game, they teach you about like, you know, not to make sound, you know, don't knock things over, you know, like when you open and close the doors, you might grab his attention, you know, blah blah blah. And oh, nice! Look at that. You want an energy shield staff? Anybody need an energy shield staff? A memory? Got a 4 +3 energy shield staff just full. Needs to be Larzik though, because it's superior. But you can definitely make a really nice memory out of that. If either one of you sorceresses needs an energy shield staff.
Link it.
I already did.
I mean, in game chat.
I did.
I don't see it.
Well, then yeah, I dropped it on the ground.
Maybe stream chat.
Well, I dropped it on the ground. It's right there. +3 energy shield.
I'm not energy shield this time. A Nova source. No. We don't want that. Oh, that stinks.
I mean, you put memory in that, and it's what, 9?
Yep.
Yeah, +9's pretty good.
I don't have the mana for it though.
What I used to do is if I was a sorceress and I wasn't going like full energy shield, what I would do is I would put 20 points into telekinesis, but I would not put 20 points into energy shield, and I would go with a low version of the energy shield.
Oh, I never.
So that it only takes a very small percentage. Because if you go with like level 1 energy shield, it's only like 45%. And then
I always max telekinesis
well,
first.
I know, yeah, but what I'm saying is that like you don't have to set it up so it eats all your mana. Instead, instead of using it like the immortal sorceresses do, you just use it the other way around. Wow, speaking of a mana charm, wow, 43 mana grand.
Yeah, there's nothing up here.
Oh, did you already kill Chaos?
Yeah.
Why are you doing Chaos when we got River of Flame terrorized?
Well, because River of Flame wasn't terrorized whenever I did Chaos.
Oh, you troll.
It was still Ancient Sway. Y'all were doing that, and I was doing Chaos.
Trolly, lowly, lowly, lowly. Here, I thought we were just going to roll right into Chaos.
Super Chaos. Happy return.
4-socket 464 dust round. Dust Shroud is a good choice if you want low strength, but it's a bad choice if you want to look like a hobo. +3 summoning druid.
Elbows and hells.
Hobo, 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 hobo. There's so many monsters around here. I mean, we're just plowing through them, and there's like 1,000 more. That bat over top of the... What is my pally wielding? He's wielding a Death Colossus sword. The best two-handed healing weapon you can get. I need a better one. A better gold one. %, faster hit recovery with 7 AR. Anybody need HR? What's up, buddy? Spine Spell, my buddy, my pal. Oh yeah, let me go put this 1834 in my helmet. Before I forget. I need a hell rune. Do I got any hell runes? Am I out of hell runes? Well, poopies. I don't got any dole runes either. It's all Chunk's fault. Chunks, you said you needed Thol runes. I've got like 1,000,000 Thol runes. I'm gonna drop something down for you.
I need hell runes.
Well, I need a hell rune to remove my jewel from my helmet.
Well, I don't have a hell rune.
Well, somebody just gave me one, so ha.
Hail to you, champion.
Boop.
No.
1534. Nice.
Hold me off for a little bit.
Good lord, that's a huge amount of damage. I go from 7,149 to 7,433.
Well, if I had 3 hells, I could roll my spirit 3 times.
You better collect all them dole runes. Start upping.
I always collect dole runes and shell runes, so I can up them into dole runes.
I have a lot. I have a lot of L runes.
Chunks wants to eat all your L runes for breakfast.
No, hell, I don't want no L.
I have like 50 L runes.
He's French, okay? He doesn't know what H's are. He's saying hell rune, but he's like L rune. Do you want the L?
Didn't I get the
You gotta get the phlegm in your throat, Charlotte. You gotta be like
snare from you?
It's a hair rune. It's a hair rune. Hell rune.
Did I get the Kelpie snare?
I don't know. What Kelpie snare?
No, not you.
Yeah, the H is not very easy for me.
I am overboard.
Hey, when I was like 10, I was saying Booger King instead of Burger King, so I can hardly
Remember.
complain.
I don't remember who gave me the Kelpie snare.
Me.
But they want it. You did, okay? Well, you want it back?
But you got a S Kelpie snare upped?
It's, no, it's not up.
Oh, you need to up it.
Oh, you can up it.
If it's S, you should up that jank.
I'm done with it now.
S Kelpie snare upgraded is amazing.
I
It
would-
got me through Ancients in Hell. Like, that's how I walked through it all. That S Kelpie snare.
Down into the river, deep into the sea.
drop it on the ground. I don't have any space.
Thank you.
No problem.
That was a very useful tool.
I know, that's why I keep it.
That made the Ancients just.
It's
It
thanks
was, it was sad.
thanks to
sad.
thanks to Ginger, because I never thought of using that before.
Slow's target is amazing. Kelpie snare is amazing.
No.
I always look for ethereal ones. That's what I do. I'm like, okay, is it ethereal? I'm like, oh, is it ethereal? Oh, is it ethereal? Oh.
If
never
you want it, you can have it.
I'm not using an Act 2 Merc this season. You know what it could be really fun for, though? I wonder if you could set up, like, a whole character around it. Just, like, up it, Zod it, and then, like, do a like, a Fenzon with it just for lulz. That'd be pretty crazy.
I don't think the ED is very high on it.
No, it's like 6 from the lowest. 40s and bottom low.
Yeah, I don't think it's worth upping. It's just nice for ancients.
I mean, can you imagine like a Fenzon using that, though?
You slow everything.
Ain't nothing gonna move. Fen jabs on with an ass Kelpie snare.
Unique ring.
A ring! And a sparking mail. Oh, interesting. It's a nature's piece.
Oops, someone died. Might be PD.
Oh, now we need to theory craft the lockdown Amazon. The lockdown Amazon. Honestly, I think she'd kick butt.
Really? Again?
What's the base for Kelpie Snare? I can't remember. Trident?
Pushina, something like that.
Yeah, Fukushima.
Which means it upgrades to... can't remember.
Got booted again.
What are you doing wrong? Who'd you piss off, Chunks?
Blizzard apparently. I don't know what I did to piss them off.
They don't like you.
I think it's that they don't like you.
I mean, that too.
Discord. I'm having to pay for your mistakes.
Yep. How do you think I get away with, not paying for my mistakes? I make you pay.
I'm half a bar away from level 94, so we can get the level 96 easy. Whoa, that's a lot of bugs.
Sounds like you need to get the smash.
Number Leon.
7. Cody, did you farted? Pretty sure you farted, Cody.
Me.
I can always tell.
All the way from Kentucky.
I can always tell it's his, too. God, they burned the nostrils. Nostril burning power. It's the Stygian pike, 29 to 144. So the damage on the Stygian pike is around 148 to 644. Let's see what the perfect one looks like. I mean, the damage isn't bad. It's not a terrible weapon. So there it is on my video. So it's 150 to 654 in its best form. I mean, the damage range isn't terrible, and the lockdown effect that it would have with the 70% slows target is certainly not terrible either. I think the main problem would be the speed. It's a relatively slow weapon by comparison to a lot of other choices with no IAS on it. Need a lot of increased attack speed to make it work. Be a fun Amazon to make. The lockdown's on.
What's the cap? Is it 75 or you can go higher than 75 soon?
For what?
The slow effect.
As far as I understand, it's 85%. %85% though is a, what I understand, next to impossible to achieve. I don't think anybody can actually achieve 85%. It's because of the way that it's calculated. It's like a percent of a percent of a percent is how it works.
Oh, I see. They don't add up.
No. So if you hit a monster with a 70% and somebody else hits it with a 20%, then it's 70% of their full speed, and then it's 20% of their diminished speed, and then it's so forth and so on, until it eventually reaches this 85% cap.
Because when I watched Cooley playing the 1.07 version, the Kelpie at 100% slow. That
might have been before they capped it.
You would think a Kelpie Snare, a Clay Golem, and Decrepit Vibe would be maximum slow.
And what was funny is he used the ritual to get 14,000 MF, and he was dropping only uniques. So he did the Grail in like 2 hours. That was funny.
Yeah, there was a lot of weird mechanisms in the way that Magic Find worked back in the earlier versions of the game.
Yes.
They definitely changed the way the calculations worked from like the classic. I don't know if you're aware of this, but it used to be like back in the original version of the game. You know the rule that states that you can't have more than one unique drop on the same game? Of the same type? So like if you have a Soj drop, you can't have another Soj drop.
Oh no, it doesn't work in the...
No, in the classic versions of the game, it was even worse. So how it actually worked was is if you had the item on your person, it would count. And so if you even had the item, it would cause the problem to occur where basically the item couldn't fall. So people had realized that they could manipulate the system. You were going to make it, Charlotte? No? They realized they could manipulate the system by not having a Soj on them, bringing in a Mantled and a Nagel, and then they could go kill like Nightmare Andy, and Nightmare Andy would give them a Soj every single time.
Oops.
That was...
I'm gonna go to... made the wrong game. GM9. No. Yeah, GGM9.
That was where a lot of the original Sojas came from, why the market was flooded with Sojas, those original ones that never disappeared. They were basically glitches in the game and the way that they could basically force the drops to fall. And they took a lot of those away. Like, a lot of that stuff got fixed over many patches. You can't force Sojas to fall anymore by having a Nagel and a Mantled on your person. That's just silly.
Yeah, from what I understand, back in the day, it was Magic Find breakpoints. So that's why so many people are confused about the breakpoints, because it used to be like that. And the drops, everything was different.
Yeah, the
only
whole
a
system.
river waypoint so I can summon my bear and all that.
The whole system was different before. Like they changed everything around. They kept messing around with the pseudo number generator, like back in D2 Classic and whatnot. People used to dive into it with the seed code stuff. even back in the day, and play around with all the different mechanisms.
I wanted someone to BO me before I summoned my sage.
Oh, well, we're in the... down here with us, probably.
Well, I asked before y'all there.
Alright, Jaden, have a good night. Yeah, the earlier patches of Diablo are crazy.
Yeah.
By the way, I remember running, like when I was younger, I cheated in like 3,000 MF or something like that, I remember. And I remember the experience being wholly underwhelming. Because just because every item is a unique or a set item, doesn't mean that you're getting anything good.
No.
The bases just end up being like garbage bases more often than not. So you just get garbage uniques and garbage set items. Like you get 1,000 Eisenhearth breastplates and
Yeah,
1,000 Saigon's armors, and it's not as amazing as you would think.
Yeah, that's what I learned from watching the stream. It's the elite bases cannot drop in 107. You can only get them from the racks and chest, I think. So to get the good stuff, you need to click the chest, the racks, and
Yeah, because the bases aren't falling, you're not getting any of the good uniques. You're just getting a bunch of garbage uniques.
exactly.
Well, classic there wasn't.
Exactly.
Oh, but 107 it was LOD. So, there. What? 106 was classic, then 107 was Lord of Destruction. Yeah, that's it.
A rare Sawaya. That's one of the things that always makes me laugh. People are always like, "Oh no, D2 was amazing when it first came out." I'm like, "Oh, so you mean like the 10 trillion Sojas that they duped was
Yeah.
that was amazing." 10 trillion Sojas.
And the uniques were terrible. Like
They-
Manol, if you think Manol is bad, look at the first version. It's terrible.
The sets were terrible too. The sets
Yeah.
didn't have any set bonuses. There were no
Right.
set bonuses on the sets. They were sets, but they didn't do anything. And I remember I collected all the sets because I thought it was cool that they had sets. And I remember like the day that they added the set bonuses, we had like mules full of these sets, and we were excited, and we were gonna go like see what all the set bonuses were. And that was when we found out that the angelic set was bugged and the +1 to skills stayed. And that was a fun patch. And we had level 99 all skills. I was running around on. This was before they capped out the like the maximum effect that you could get from an ability. You know how like you can only have a certain number of skeletons, or you can only have a certain number of charged bolts with your charged bolt skill. Yeah, it didn't used to be that way. It used to just scale infinitely, and they used the fact that you couldn't get the skill to a higher level to compensate for the fact that they didn't have any kind of like they didn't have any kind of like structure to it to prevent people from doing crazy things. And when that patch came out and you could get level 99 all abilities, it was that particular patch that kind of highlighted how absolutely ridiculous it was that the things just continued scaling. So instead of stopping at, you know, like 20 bolts or 30 bolts or something like that. It just kept going. So it was like 99 bolts per cast at level 99. And so you would just one tap of the button and a field of bolts would... a literal field of bolts would come out so thick that it looked like a carpet. And it would just travel across the field, just like murdering everything in your path. And that was just like one cast.
Yeah, I saw Cooley use that thing. It was level 75 charge bolt. It was like the best spell.
Oh, it's absolutely amazing.
Yep. But I'm pretty sure in 108 they nerfed it really bad because I don't remember using that.
Oh, the angelic bug only lasted for like one patch. They got rid of it really quickly.
But
We played around with it a lot though when it was in there. Like we were having fun. I distinctly remember putting 1 point into every skill on the skill tree, which you know you generally don't do, because I had that plus 99 to all skills. So I would just go into the game. I would put +1 into all my points because I was like, all right, I want to play around with all my skills at level 99. And I literally would just go in. I would go to a hell game. I would do the little trick because you had to do it every game. You had to go in. You had to actually do it every game 99 times. And then once you had 99 all skills, you just ran around just murdering everything. We would clear entire games, like because it was a little bit of a pain in the butt to get the 99 to all skills. You know, putting the amulet on, taking it off, putting the amulet on, taking it off 99 times. And then sometimes you'd mess up the order and it wouldn't count, so you'd have to do it again. But like, once you had it, you were like, all right, time to clear the whole game, and you would just kill everything and just murder the entire game all the way through with frickin' level 99 charge bolts or whatever the hell you were playing around with, or level 99 multi-shot. Oh god.
oh yeah, multi-shot.
99 multi-shot was insane. Oh, and level 99 bones teeth was actually insane too.
Oh yeah, that too.
Because that just scaled to 99 teeth.
Yeah.
It was just silly. It was really silly. It's funny too because I don't remember a lot of stuff from when I was a kid. Because you know, when you're a kid, you don't really have good memories of things. Not me though.
Yeah,
that particular memory stands out because it was just such a core memory there.
I remember.
Anybody want a 45 life to reroll? That's a 45 life with 31 stamina. At least it shows it has 45 life. So it is indeed reroll potential.
Here's an amulet. You wanna craft it?
Why are you a doo-doo druid? Doo-doo brown druid?
I'll be green. How'd that go?
Womp 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 womp.
We should quit before the Diablo.
Why? What's wrong with killing Diablo?
Because Chunk wants to kill Diablo.
Chunk is stealing our Diablo? What?
He wants to kill Diablo on P3.
So he's a thief.
We let Chunk kill Diablo by himself.
You can take our chunks.
No, I'm not on the source anymore.
The Ed next. 4 socket F? Did you make anything of that? Oath?
Yeah.
That's actually a pretty solid oath base, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty sure with the 50 IS would be good.
Wow, 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 wow.
But I'm not sure someone wants to make a note late. It's pretty late in the season.
It is indeed. Conqueror crown. I just had an idea for a character that sounds absolutely insane, but I bet it would work really well. So here's my idea. You know how, what is it called? Grim Totem. You know how it makes the monster slow and then ears them at the same time? So they have to run away from you. Be interesting to set up a character with like a Kelpie snare and then go for like a hit causes monster to flee setup. Or like you hit them with the Kelpie snare, they get slowed by 70% and then they also run away at the same time, making them completely and utterly useless. Not only do they not hit you, but they also are running away from you, but they're running away at the speed of like a snail. And so they're not going anywhere, and then you're just wailing on them while they're not going anywhere. It could be interesting. And then the hit causes monster to flee wouldn't work on bosses, so you would just lock them down. It would be a really interesting way to make a very highly defensive character.
Oh, that's for sure.
Maybe even throw in like an arachnid's mesh just to really like push it even further. I don't think there's any way to do it on a boson. There's no like good slow items.
Grab this ginger.
What?
Grab that amulet. Here.
You just want me to roll your stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
You just want me to use up my gems.
Well, I don't have any more rounds.
You just want me to use up my row runes.
You want more row runes? Row.
Well, I still want Ginger to roll it with his streamer luck.
Oh, it's your spirit?
No, that amulet's sitting on the ground. I want him to make me a druid amulet.
Your mom's a druid amulet.
You're a dude.
Oh, I rerolled that 45 lifer. Look what I got.
Ooh.
Anybody want my old one?
Nope.
Actually, you know what? Oop.
Who did that amulet?
What am I doing?
Caster
You're
amulet.
always so rude,
Caster.
kind. You're rude, Chunks. Chunks is rude.
I'm not rude, I'm just
Rude.
impatient.
Rude, Rudy, rude, Rudy, Rudy, rude, Rudy, rude. It's +1 assassin. It's okay, I guess. It's not super duper amazing. It's alright.
Caster amulets, it's really difficult to get a good one.
Of course it is. Because they know. They
Now
know
I
deep down.
Now I just use my perfect amethyst to roll charms. I don't keep them for crafting anymore.
Oh, I always craft. Because if you get that really good one, they're just amazing.
Yeah, or you can get a really good charm that's worth 25 bears.
You will use all your other gems for that.
I don't use my amethyst or my skulls. Oh, John.
I haven't found a 45 skiller, but I found a 42 martial arts.
Of course it's in this house. Hey, we got the cathedral.
Hey, level.
We got the cathedral.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. We got the cathedral. Yeah. Breaking all the stained glass windows you see, 'cause they was staring at me. Sloppy Joe, Sloppy Joe. And that's when yesterday Sloppy Joe started staring at me. He said, "You leave that lunch lady alone. She's doing her best and she hasn't gone home." Oh, gray spiderweb sash. The grayest of sashes. A sash so gray.
I done found the good one.
We don't care about yours. We want another one. Hey, 7% MF small.
Ooh.
I never understood these trap souls. Like, they don't drop items, do they?
Mm,
What is their purpose exactly, other than just to be annoying?
they just dropped gold for me. Absol? Or oh no, they did on the poles.
Yeah. The ones that attack you.
Oh,
If you stand too
don't-
close, they start smacking you.
oh yeah.
Ever stand next to them? They slap you in the back of the head.
Yeah. No, I don't think I ever saw them drop.
Anything?
Nope.
Ever?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Plus, they
I
also
should-
distract your mercenaries, and your mercenaries over there just beating trap souls for some reason. Like, come back, Mark. He's like, I gotta kill these trap souls.
Because these one drop stuff, but
Yeah, those are different ones. Those are the other trap souls. Those are the ones you kick. Gotta kick those. Those are kicking souls.
yeah, I know they are just annoying. Especially when you have a new character that's weak. You get hit by. You think you're safe, but you're not. You get attacked by trapped souls.
You think you're safe, but you aren't, 'cause they smack you in the back of your booty cheeks. That has got to be the stupidest thought I've ever had in my life. Is there a front to a booty cheek? Or is it just the back? Or is the back the front? I know the booty cheek is on the back, but technically, the front. That's
We
the
should
front
have-
of the. That's the front of it, right?
We should ask a doctor how they specify the. Yeah, that's a good question.
There's an up, there's a down, there's a left, there's a right. Right? There's a left cheek, there's a right cheek, which means there's a front cheek.
Or maybe they use the word frontal and they use the.
Huh?
They,
Brain
use
to
the wo-
brain tweezers.
yeah. And there has to be a name, that's for sure.
What's up, Zipone? My weapon? That's my weapon. Fine. The anatomically correct term is the front. What? Unless you're a big fat lady, and then you got a front butt. Got a front butt and a back butt.
Your mama so fat.
Your mama's so fat her butt goes all the way around.
Yep.
You know how the storage tabs in Diablo 2 only go to 4 storage tabs? Your mama's so fat she's got 10 storage tabs. She pulled out a burr rune out of one of her meat flaps. I didn't want it.
Yeah, you did.
I did not want it.
Yeah, you
It was
did.
covered in meat flap juice.
You wanted it.
I gave it to Chunks. He put it.
handed
He
it
put it
right
into
back.
infinity. I went to a little gas station one time, and there was a sign up that said, "We don't want your sweaty boob money." 'Cause, you know, sometimes girls put their money in their cleavage.
Yeah.
The sign literally said, "We don't want your sweaty boob money."
Who does that?
That's funny.
I was like, "Oh, okay." We didn't get Hephaestus, did we?
I don't think so.
Going to murder him.
Huh.
You made one in an Eth Cryptic sword on hardcore. Yeah, I'm not going for the one hand. This is a two-handed apparently. I hit like a Mack truck, so
Yeah, how much do you hit for with my Merc? He has double.
14,000.
Oh.
Not without deadly strike, so 28,000. I have 100% deadly strike, so
Because my Merc.
100 and what is it? No, I have 60% deadly strike right now. So 28,000. Assuming that amp doesn't go off, because if amp goes off, it might bring the resistances down below 0, which means, and then I'm getting even more.
Yeah, I switched to axes because I wanted to use Death and Lacerator just to proc Amplify. But I haven't found a Lacerator yet. I need to trade for one.
So you went to last rider?
Yeah.
I got one.
Really?
It's not the other day, yeah. It's not it.
Well, it doesn't matter. It's just for on the swap for.
Terror approaches.
Oh.
Yeah, it comes down.
Yeah, I'm here.
Got it in my shirt stash.
Look at those gloves. 2 resistances, lightning and fire, half freeze duration, replenish life, life leech. No IAS, but
There you go.
oh, nice little dual rails gloves.
Nice. I can proc him.
I don't know if it's a good roll. I don't think it is.
Doesn't matter.
Proc's a proc.
Yep. Where is it?
A proc, a proc, a proc, a proc. Come on down to the Prockin' Proc. We're going Prockin', Procky.
I need to go get my death rune word. Where is it?
What are all the items in the game that have hit causes monster to flee on?
No idea.
I'm trying to think of like a lockdown character for the Amazons. It's like really like bleed in the lockdown as much as possible. I'm thinking Kelpie Snare on her. Holy Freeze Merc with a Reaper's Toll, Death Reaper's Toll on him. That way I get the Decrepify proc as well. So Decrepify plus Holy Freeze plus the Kelpie Snare 70%. So the monster should just be in slow-mo at that point. And then I need something to give me hit causes monster to flee, so the monsters are trying to run away while they're super slowed. I need to take a look at all the hit causes monster to flee items. Blue Archon plate. Pretty. Is it a Jamadian? No. Archon plate of the Might. What's up? Double elite pack. We got 2 minutes until the terror zone ends. It's definitely gonna be the last one.
I am overburdened.
Error spreads. Oh.
Yeah, you guys want to make your own games.
I don't think I need an Annihilus. Annihilus.
Everybody needs a 2020 Come on, man. Needs a 2020 Everybody needs it. Ow. That was so rude. See what he did to me? Why am I not hitting anything? There we go. Oh, Sky Spirit. It sucks. It's so bad. Dear Lord Jesus, it's so freaking bad. Oh, it's a pretty chainmail. Oh, it's so pretty. Look at it. Look at it. It's so pretty. The pretty chainmail. Try it on your barbarian. Let's see what it looks like. Look how pretty it is. Look. It's the pretty chainmail. Dude, that mod, I wish I could just take that mod and just put it on whatever piece of equipment I want. It's such a pretty mod.
Oh, the spikes on the shoulders. Ooh.
Every time I see that, I'm like, oh, there's the pretty armor, the pretty armor.
Ah.
Your armor looks doofy compared to the chainmail. You get the doofy armor. The doofy, you guys, the doofy one. Alright, let's take a quick look at our hit causes monster to flee items and see if we can make this build work. Okay. Hit causes monster to flee. What items do we got? Howl Tusk is a 25% chance. Face of Horror is a 50% chance. Hit Power Amulets. Interesting. Hit Power Amulets have a 5 to 15 or 3 to 12, 11, I don't know, percent chance. There's also Rattle Cage, which is a crushing blow source. I mean, Rattle Cage is an interesting option. Gives you crushing blow. It's a pretty large amount of crushing blow too, if I remember correctly.
Like 35? Oh, 25.
No, it's only 25% with a 40% chance of hit causes monster to flee. Face of Horror is a 50% chance. 50% chance. With very little in the way of other stats on it. It'd be so interesting just to see how it works.
They move so slow that they look like they are not moving at all.
Well, the general understanding here is that, like, when you slow them down, they're slowing down so slow that they're not moving. But then on top of that, you make them run away, and now they're not attacking anything. And they're not going anywhere, because they're so slow they're not going anywhere. Could be fun to put the character together just for laughs and see how well it works. I mean, it would just be a play on a standard fen zone. Let's take a look at other slows target items. So champions, uniques, super uniques, and bosses can only be slowed by 50% according to this. Sums with attack rate and velocity reduction. From a cold length, holy freeze, decrepify. Although no unit can be reduced below 15% attack rate or 25% velocity. Slows target for 30 seconds, not reset when target makes successful attack. Slows target from separate units, does not sum. First percentage applies to velocity. Subsequent applications before expiry will reset the duration for which the first percentage is applied, even if different, until last applied expires. While most recent applies to actual attack rate, different percentages applied by separate units or attacks may result in attack rate desynchronization. While the most recent percentage is always applied server side, the first continues to be applied client side until applied expires. The Minotaur Axe has 50% slow. General's Tandolaga has 50%. Wostave has 50%. Kelpie Snare is 75. Kelpie Snare is definitely the highest. Forgot about the Minotaur axe. That one's kind of a fun one. I'll be right back. I'm going to take a quick restroom break. I know you guys are jealous of my Chinchilla shirt. He spawned. Good, I'm gonna go kill him. Let's go kill Uber de Bablo. Huh. He's not here. Somebody already killed my Uber Diablo? Or did he get spawned somewhere else? Well, he's not here. Shed Diablo has invaded Sanctuary. Maybe Arcane Sanctuary? Oh, there's fire, right?
I don't know where is he, he spawned because I just went into a crystalline river.
Well, then he's probably in Crystalline. There's a super unique in Crystalline. I can't remember where.
But I cleared it, then maybe not. But I didn't see.
Did you go into the Frozen River?
Yep.
Then the Frozenstein. Frozenstein's a super unique.
But it wasn't.
Did you already kill Frozenstein?
Yet.
How dare you spawn him in a weird location?
If there's another super unique in Krista, I don't know. I stayed in Act 5, so I don't know if Chunks.
Well, he's got to be somewhere. Check every single Uber super unique spawn location.
I can join back. I just made a new game to finish my level. Join.
That's fine with me. I don't care what you do. I'm just gonna see if I can find him.
No, I just got my level, so it's fine.
I'm gonna check Trow. See if he's at Trow. Maybe somebody visited Trow.
Frigid Island. Crystalline. Teleport around. Pretty sure. Maybe I missed him, but I don't think. Oh no. He must be. No, this is Glacial Trail. No.
Well, wherever he is, he's already been spawned because I've already checked several super unique locations like Trav, Fire Eye, Frigid Highlands, etc. So he's already been spawned somewhere. He's in the game. I don't know where he is, but he's in the game.
Well, it's definitely not that Frozenstein. He's dead. I just checked, so.
You've stopped.
Checking Pindle.
What it was only you, me, and Chunk in the game.
Did you accidentally go into Glacial Trail at any point?
Nope, it's not. I just.
Because Glacial Trail is Bonesaw Breaker. He's at the chest. If you find the chest, you find Bonesaw Breaker.
Nope, there's no declone.
Bonesaw Breaker still there?
Yep.
Okay, and then the other way is if you were in Crystalline and you accidentally went out to what is it, area plateau. That is fresh socket.
Who killed me?
Who killed you? Declone?
Yes.
We're still trying to find the declone in this game.
I left that game and made my own.
+3 max, 14 AR, 15 life, large. Interesting. I don't know what the cap is on those. I think it's 5.
Oh, he's oh yeah, he's here.
What, thrush socket?
Yep.
What'd you do, teleport past me?
Yep.
Punk. I'm all running like a peasant. Gotta go through doors.
Real.
Yeah, we can come help you with you when we're done. So you must have left. You must have left Glacial Trail into here, even if only for a brief second.
Maybe. But I know I didn't left the Act 5, so.
It's always a pain in the butt hunting him down when people don't know where they were. A pain in the boot cheeks.
Oh yeah, I probably
I'm
spawned him.
still on Act 4 whenever all the things.
And the survey says...
Not a 2020.
What game are you in, Chunks?
I'm in junk 1. Spawned him at Bara.
Okay. I'm gonna pollute your game. I'm gonna pollute your game with this Annie. It's terrible, terrible Annie. I shall not speak of it.
I'll be right back.
He did. A lucky grand charm of greed. You can have that too.
Good day.
The luckiest of grand charms.
Get up and go check what that one is.
I wonder if there's any like nearly perfect Kelpie snares on tradery.
Let's see what this Andy is.
Kelpit, not Kelpit, a Kelpie.
Nope.
Okay, we want ethereal, PC or switch, softcore, ladder. What's the roll range on the Kelpie?
Ew. I don't want it.
I dropped a really good one for you in Act 5.
I got a really good one. dropped a really bad one in Act 2.
This guy's got a 180.
Hmm.
Sign up. What the hell? Log in, you turd.
Allow me to advise you.
Good day.
How much do you think a perfect F Kelpie snare is worth? This guy's got a 180. This other person has a 173 for an Isterun.
Probably at least low. They know what they have.
I don't know what I got to trade for it. This person's got a 180. I don't even know what to offer. I don't like. My current value in runes is not really very like liquid. I mean, I've got some really nice stuff, but a lot of this stuff is worth way more than probably what that item is.
I've got a bunch of runes.
Yeah, but I don't know what he didn't put any offer up for it either, and nobody's offered on it.
I have 4 pull runes. Ist.
So this is probably worth, I would say, at least a low rune. Like a 180 perfect with ethereal status is probably worth at least a low. Don't know if I have anything to trade for it though.
I have a Sur rune if you want.
I was thinking about just trying to offer him something like random.
Maybe he will take anything. Maybe he doesn't know what he wants.
What are Nature's Pieces going for right now? Maybe I'll offer him a Nature's Piece and see if he takes that. Recent trades. Yeah, they're about the same. History. I mean, none of them have been posted recently. I doubt they're going to respond right away. A bunch of them are on Asia. I'm trying to think what I had that might be like of equivalent value just laying around that I could offer. Not really even sure what they're worth. It seems like if they're not perfect, they go for around an ist. Some of the higher percentage ones closer to 180 we're going for like Gull Ohm. Meanwhile, a lot of the lower ones like the 151 was just traded for like a rune. Nothing special.
But you can have the one I've got for now. If
Well, I was gonna put a Zodder in it. I was gonna put a Zodder in it and use it.
doesn't matter, I can find another one.
I don't wanna, but I don't wanna put a Zodder in it if it's a bad one.
Oh yeah, okay.
I don't wanna put it in there if it's not a good one. I'm gonna offer this guy the Nature's Peace, and yeah, I'll throw in a Malroon. See if that sweetens the deal. Probably gonna deny.
Yeah,
Denied.
they probably want runes.
I'll throw a Mal in there. Nature's Peace is worth an Ist. That's Ist Mal. It's not a bad offer. It is a 180 though. If they know what they got, which is the perfect, they have a perfect one, they might be like, eh.
I have a Sword rune I'm not gonna use. You can try to
We'll see if they
offer.
even respond. If they don't respond, then there's no point. A lot of the times I just see if they respond, and if they respond and they deny the offer, then at least I know they're listening, and then I'll counter offer. There's also that 170, was it 173 up there? That one's, the guy only wants an Istrid for it, which isn't too bad. We can always theory craft the character.
What would be the merc you would use for your character?
Well, I'm kind of curious about that, because I'm not exactly sure, now that I read the Amazon Basin page, that going with multiple slows targets is really the best plan. According to Amazon Basin, it says that so if you have one character who has a large amount of slows target, then it does stack, it sums. However, if you have if you have multiple like instances of slows target being applied by multiple characters, apparently there's some sort of glitch that causes only the first instance of the slows target to be applied, and only the first instance is actually refreshed. So as an example, like if I hit a monster with Kelpie Snare that's 75%, and then say like my mercenary hits them with Holy Freeze, apparently they do not sum, but instead it refreshes the duration of the first in an odd way. So it says here, percentages for multiple items equipped by the same player or hireling are summed. Although when two weapons are equipped, only that of the attacking weapon is added, that of the other weapon is ignored. Sums with attack rate and velocity, reduction from cold length, holy freeze, and decrepify, although no unit can be reduced below 15% attack rate or 25% velocity. Slows target from separate units does not sum. First percentage applies to velocity. Subsequent applications before expiry will reset duration for which this first percentage is applied, even if different until last applied expires, while most recent applies to actual attack rate. So basically there's a scenario problem where, according to what this is saying, is that when you have two different ones, your first percentage is applying to the velocity and your last percentage is applying to the attack rate. but neither one of them are being summed to a higher percentage and slowing the monster down to a higher value, which makes it sound like it's better to have one person using the slowest target, it's himself, and then the other targets, the other characters are not using it, because it would be better to have one character with a really high slowest target percentage locking down all the monsters versus several slowest target events all applying individually and applying different percentages to the monsters, causing them to run or attack at various speeds.
Because I linked it in the Discord chat. I found this might be good for your merc.
Oh yeah, that's really nice. Double upgrade that thing. A double bubble doyle in trouble. Turn that into a great poleaxe. I was kind of surprised you haven't upgraded it already. At least to the second base.
I wasn't planning on using it, so
Why not?
because I'm pretty much done. I don't want to make another character.
We have updated our Steam subscriber agreements. What the hell?
Let's see if I upgrade it. Of course, I used all my gem. No, I can't upgrade.
I've always been rushed. Am I missing out on a lot of drops playing the game through? You got a... You've always been rushed? That's sad. There's so much fun to be had playing the game through the normal way. I mean, rushing has its place. I mean, I'm not a big fan of rushing myself. I think that rushing is unnecessary and that you can literally level up just as fast without rushing.
Yeah, because you still need to level anyway.
I mean, if somebody were to make a statement and say that getting to hell is faster when you are rushed, then you are correct. But if you make a statement and say getting to an appropriate level where I can actually use my character and be a functional member of the group is faster by rushing, then I would say no, because it's not. You still have to level up your character once you get to hell difficulty. So, like, if you get a level 1 character and you get rushed to hell difficulty, you're now level 1 or whatever in hell difficulty, or maybe you're level 5 or 10 or whatever. It doesn't really matter. You then have to spend a long amount of time in chaos to get to level 25. And once you hit 25, you can start leveling up faster. But it's going to take you a pretty large amount of games to get to 25. Then once you get to 25, then you have to spend a large amount of games to get up to an acceptable level where you can actually participate in content. So for the majority of the time, you're pretty much just a mooch, a leech at that point. And you're doing that for many hours. Usually in about 1 day with a competent group and just having fun, like killing things, not even rushing, not going fast at all, we can usually get to hell difficulty and be around levels 70 to 80 within a single day. So I don't really see how rushing is really even that much faster or more productive than just simply playing the game. I mean, there are occasions where you just want to rush a character up and just see how they work, but that's what I use Hero Editor for. I'll go, like, theory craft my characters and see if I can make them work. So, if I'm reading this properly, the best way to do this is to have everything applied on the same character. Same person, same everything. So I don't know how that's possible, though. I mean, if you could somehow get Holy Freeze, Decrepify, and Slows Target all in the same character, you could potentially lock down monsters far more effectively than utilizing other, like mercenaries or whatever to achieve the same goal. Hmm. I mean, it says it sums with the attack rate and velocity reduction from Cold Length, Holy Freeze, and Decrepify. So I guess you don't necessarily have to have Decrepify on yourself, because it says that it just sums with Decrepify. It sums with Holy Freeze. So I guess in that case, having a Reaper's Toll Holy Freeze Merc might not be a bad plan. I would also need large amounts of Cold Length on myself as well. And then we get into the Cold Length problem, which is negative resistance, Cold Length charm, cold charms, probably a Cold Sunder to make sure that the monsters are always capable of being chilled. Cold resist reduces both cold damage and cold length. I mean, it'd be pretty easy just to add in a couple of cold charms. Pretty much anything that we could utilize to make things work. Cody, why are you sniffing me? You think I got treats? I'm gonna put you in a headlock, and then I'm gonna get you like this, and I'm gonna go. I'm gonna stick my finger up your nostrum hole, cause you're being weird. Every time I stare at him, he always looks away. Like if I stare at him, if I stare directly at him, he just goes like this. What do I got here, Cody? What's this? You want to catch him? Want another catch him? I got some almonds. I wonder what the best way to do this is. I'm trying to think about it.
Hero editor, your best friend.
Freeze's target could be interesting too. Freeze or chill length in frames is a random odd number from 27-29% chance. 1 to 9 seconds. Length of freezing or chilling is affected by target's cold resistance and difficulty level penalties. 1/4 in hell. Applied independently of freeze length and cold length. Freezing arrow would freeze eligible targets within 3 1/3 yards for 2 seconds, and freezing targets would freeze any eligible target hit by the arrow for 1 to 9 seconds.
Oh, I found a jewel. A jewel with cold damage and all res.
Nice. Oh. I mean, one thing that I'm taking away from this, just like reading all this, is it seems like it would be very effective to have negative resistance with this build. If I was going to go for like the cold length. So I use like a cold sunder and build up some cold damage as well to make them chilled. Because chilled and slows target do actually stack with each other.
Mm-hmm.
And the lower the resistance of the monster who's being chilled gives me a huge bonus in the duration of the chill, which is really the only thing I'm interested in. Apparently certain monsters have chill effectiveness ratings as well. Some monsters have 0% chill effectiveness. Some monsters have much higher, up to 50% chill effectiveness reduction. Like for instance, claw vipers and sand raiders have negative 40% chill effectiveness. Maggot eggs apparently have negative 50, which doesn't even make any sense because they don't move. All monsters not listed have a negative 33% chill effectiveness. Chill effectiveness. Oh, interesting. This guy says that anything lower than a 0% cold resistance apparently results in the difficulty level penalties for cold duration not being applied to the target anymore. So if the target has, you know, like for instance, I don't know, let's say they're taking like a 10-second cold chill and they're bringing it down to, I don't know, like 2 seconds or something. As soon as you bring them down to 0, it goes back up to 10. Below 0.
So you would go for with the Kelpie and cold damage, or you
Well,
would
stacking
just
some cold charms is easy.
no? I mean, do they the effect together are working?
Yeah, slows target and chilling effects do stack together.
Oh, okay. Let me guess. This is banned in PvP.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not good mannered PvP. Honestly, if I set up a Kelpie snare character correctly, I could probably lock down a like any kind of melee character to the point where they wouldn't be able to attack. It'd be pretty bad.
Yep. I remember using the first time I used Kelpie snare. It was on Diablo. It's quite funny to look at Diablo moving so slow.
Well, he only has one melee attack. That's the stupid cold hand thing he does.
Yeah.
Anytime he uses a spell, he's at full speed because slowest target doesn't affect spells. I mean, it says here very plainly that it doesn't matter, like, how much you have from any source. So whether you have Holy Freeze, Cold Length Duration, Slows Target Duration Reduction, etc. It says the lowest that you can ever possibly make a target is 15% attack rate, 25% velocity. So that's what, that's an 85% attack rate and a 75% velocity. I think the main problem is how long it lasts
Yeah.
and refreshing the duration.
I don't. Kelpie is like what, 8 seconds? Don't remember. The slowest target. It's not. It's not very long.
Well, apparently when you hit a target, with any kind of slows target, it refreshes the duration, even if it's a lower percentage. Somebody said it lasts 30 seconds, which it might last 30 seconds, but then get applied penalties. We got another page. This is the wiki page from D2 Wiki. The effects are capped in various ways. 85% against attack speed, 75% against run walk, 50% per source. Equipment slash different players slash skills, etc. against players slash act bosses. 90% per source for normal monsters, but at 90% for them. A source is an item that is, with this modifier on it, multiple sources add up to the slowing time. So using multiple items that grant slowing will cause a cumulative effect and make the target really slow. Caps on slowing. The most slowing possible to a player is limiting their speed to 1 yard per second. The default is 4 yards per second. The most slowing possible to monsters varies by their different base speeds, but it's generally around 25% of their normal movement speed. This is less than the 90% slowing from each item. But monsters with extra fast or fanaticism will be much faster than usual to start with, so can be slowed more than 75% total. Attack rates can't be slowed below 15% of the base animation rate for the attack, but as with movement speed, monsters that have faster than usual attack might require multiple items of slows target to reach their minimum speed. Casting rates are affected just the same as attack rates. Well, that's a lie. Cast rates are completely unaffected. This must be old data. Note that slows target is banned in most PvP duels since it is so powerful it completely unbalances most matchups. It even says it in there that it's banned.
I don't know why.
So several websites are reporting that the slow effect lasts for 30 seconds, which I don't believe. Like, not even in the slightest. But it could be that it's being applied penalties. So let's do some quick math here and let's see what the penalties it could be. So first off, I'm pretty sure that hell difficulty has a 3/4. Oh, you have a good night too, Chunks.
Good night.
So let's assume that 30 seconds is subtracted by 75%, which is the penalty for hell. That brings it down to 7.5 seconds. And then let's also assume that chill effectiveness comes into play, because I don't know if chill effectiveness affects slowest target, but it probably does. And most monsters have a chill effectiveness of 33%, which would bring that down to 5 seconds according to the math, 5.025. And I'm pretty sure that Diablo always rounds down. It's a very stingy game. So we can pretty much just assume that it's always 5 seconds.
Oh, I have a Kelpie, so it's at. No, I can't use it to test. I need to find another one. Not at.
Well, one of the interesting things about slowest target is that you can lock monsters into animation locks. So monsters have faster hit recovery just like we have faster hit recovery. So if you hit them hard enough, they can be triggered into a faster hit recovery stun, just the same way that we can get hit recovery stunned. And the hit recovery stun is something that they have to go through to then, hit again. Which does run into a dilemma of the monster basically getting stuck in a perpetual loop, which is essentially like, think about it like this: you're a barbarian and you got like a big two-handed weapon, right? But it's slow, and the monster slows you, right? And you're swinging your weapon, and as you're swinging your weapon, you get hit, which puts you into a faster hit recovery state and interrupts your attack, which then causes you to stop the attack, and then you have to start the attack again. And if you constantly get put into a faster hit recovery state and you never complete an attack, well, then you're stuck in like just a constant loop of like trying to attack and then getting interrupted, and then trying to attack and then getting interrupted. I think we need to do some testing. I think that's all there is to it. We gotta do some testing. Time to test. Maybe a theory craft. So first things first, we need a character. Good old D2 LOD, Lord of Destruction expansion said. An Amazonian? Bink.
Good day.
Why does it always do this to me? It's like the mouse gets lost in the phantom zone. In the phantom zone. Alright, let's make this character real quick. Quests. Oh, I gotta actually load the character first. That'd be smart. Meow. Long finished batch. Hell difficulty. Save. 99. Save. Max. Save. Waypoints. Save. Poopy. 110. I'm pretty sure this is 505. If I remember correctly. I don't know if I do. 98 times 5 plus 15. 505. Look at that. I remembered. Look at me remembering something for the first time in my life. My girlfriend would be so happy if I finally remember things. You can remember stuff. It's very smart. You're a very smart person. You're a very smart person. You got a big brain. Such a big brain. We don't know how big it is, but very big brain. I'm stupid. I know. Shush. You don't gotta tell me that I'm stupid. I know I'm stupid. 161. 98 plus 84. 182. Save. Okay. Now we need equipment. So first off, let's just go ahead and pull in the ethereal kelpie snare. Weapons. Yeah. Exceptional kelpie snare.
I'm gonna leave you. My cats are trying to kill themselves.
Oh, okay. Don't let them do that. Don't get involved, though, because then you'll become part of their turf war.
Yeah. Bye.
See ya. Okay, so what else did we put on this character? I'm thinking, honestly, we want some more slows target, and I don't see anything wrong with throwing in the arachnid smash into this mix, just so that we have the additional 20% slows target, or 10% slows target, which brings us up to what is that, 85% slows target, which I think is right in the money for the maximum value that we'd be looking at to get like just the most slow that we could possibly ever obtain. We're definitely going to use a pretty standard Ravenfrost. There's no reason not to, especially since we also want cold damage, and Ravenfrost has cold damage, and it'll give us our Canopy Frozen, which we also want. We may run into problems with speed, which I think is going to be a big issue with this. We want to attack fast because attacking fast means we're going to apply the slow faster to all the targets around us. And let's take a look real quick at what our calculations would look like. So Amazon Kelpie Snare is a Stygian pike when it's upgraded. And I do not believe it has any IAS on it. Just double checking, but yeah, it does not have any IAS on it, so we're going to be stuck with a pretty blah speed weapon. It is 0 on the Amazon though. It's much slower on I think like on a Paladin or something like that. I don't remember. It's not particularly all that fast though. We're gonna need IAS. Let's just go ahead and assume 20% IAS on the gloves at the very least, and we're gonna be using Fend. So let's pull up the IAS table for Fend. Okay, so this is our Fend IAS table. And I'm assuming that means that with 20% we're sitting at 3. I mean, getting to 4.41 isn't necessarily required, but it would be really nice. Going super duper fast with this weapon would be amazing. I don't really think you can hit that kind of a breakpoint on a character though. I just don't even think it's possible. I mean, let's run some like minor calculations here. So assuming that we have 20% gloves, if we use like High Lords, that's another 20%. You could put Andes on with a 15% IAS jewel in it, which I think brings you up to what, 35% or something. What is it? Andes, Visage, D2R. Okay, it's 20% IAS with another 15, which brings you up by 35. So that's 35%. And then you can have a 45% IAS on your armor, which is 120. And you could potentially have 10% on your belt, which is 130. So there's no way you're hitting that breakpoint. It's just not happening. What if we pre-buffed with Burst of Speed? That's an interesting option. We do have the option of potentially using Burst of Speed on a sub-weapon. So let's go to the Stygian Pike again. Let's put Fend. And then what is it, level 1 for Hustle? I think it's just level 1 Burst of Speed, right? Yes, 5% chance to cast level 1 Burst of Speed on striking. Okay. So we have level 1 Burst of Speed, which we can't do for some reason. We might have to use the other calculator. What's up, Connor Rasmussen? Hey, Ginger, been loving your rune word explanation videos on Barb recently as we made your first barbarian by running Trav. Alright, just got one question. I'm running Grief/Death. Was wondering how weapons work when using Berserk. Does the two different weapons work, or does Berserk only use the first-hand weapon stats? Berserk is a single-hand weapon, so attack, so it only uses one weapon, whichever is in your dominant hand. It'll be very clear when you put the weapon on which one is actually affecting the stat sheet. None of the stats really from the other weapon are going to apply to your second weapon, so it's like Crushing Blow is not going to apply to your main hand weapon from the death. The Deadly Strike is not going to apply from the death to your main hand weapon, etc. They only apply to themselves. Is level 1 Burst of Speed about equivalent to level 1 Fanaticism Aura, or are they different? What's the let me look. So level 1 Hustle is a 21% increase in attack speed for 2 minutes. Fanaticism is a 14% increase to attack speed. Okay, so according to this, level 3 Fanaticism is 20% skill-based attack speed bonus. So we could put level 3 here, which would give us a idea. Did that make no change whatsoever? Let me set that back up again. I didn't seem to be doing things right. Bend. Level 3 Fanaticism. It says level 3 Fanaticism brings us up to 2 attacks per second. Oh, there we go. Okay, now we got the correct one. All right. So with this, we now have a better picture of what we're capable of. Which is we're going to end up with 52% increased attack speed will bring us up to 3.94, and 102 would bring us up to 4.41. So what I'm looking at here is if we had 105% increased attack speed, we would have access to the 3.94 breakpoint without burst of speed. And if we had burst of speed active, our 105% increased attack speed would bring us 4.41, which is just enough to cap us out on increased attack speed with the burst of speed sub-weapon. So that's not terrible. I think that's doable and not even terrible. How does that apply to Whirlwind? So Whirlwind is going to swing both weapons. And when you swing one weapon, you're going to get the grief. And when you swing the other weapon, you're going to get the death. The effects from the death and the effects from the grief don't cross, but you're going to be swinging both weapons with Whirlwind. Double swing also swings both weapons. However, they're not swung at the same time. So keep that in mind. Okay, so we need 105 almost exactly. Can we get 105? So 20% IAS on the gloves, 20% from, I don't know, like High Lords, and then like 45% from a Treachery only brings us to 85. And then if we added 15 from a jewel in the helmet, that brings us to 100, which isn't enough. We need 105 to hit the breakpoint for both things. So we need an extra 5% IAS. It could be gotten from the helmet, or it could be gotten from the belt slot. Obviously, the helmet could be, I don't know, like a Crown of Ages with 2 IAS jewels in it, or could be something like that. You stop the bloodshed with temptation treats. No, Berserk doesn't apply to both, but Berserk is used because it has magic damage, so it bypasses physical immunities, and it's really effective at killing targets. I think Berserk is like one of the primary ways that barbarians kill things in Trav, because the monsters there can be phys immune. Okay, so let's give her a hustle in a good base. So let me just go ahead and grab a rune word, weapons, hustle, hustle, and a man catcher. It's ethereal. I mean, I guess that's fine, but let's specific editing functions, ethereal, make item not ethereal. There you go. Then we need High Lords. I think we do a Crown of Ages. Crown of Ages will help with the resistance problems too, which we're undoubtedly going to have. I mean, I'm not sure what it is you're asking. If you're looking for like the best like Trav Barb setup that ever existed, I mean, Bob on the kinship has like a really amazing one. I'm pretty sure he uses like a grief in one hand, and then he does he does like a last wish in the other, which is ridiculous, but that is what he does. He also does a beast axe, which I think is a really awesome choice as well. He goes with grief axe and grief grief axe, and he goes with a beast axe in the other hand. Beast is the one that gives fanaticism. I don't remember exactly his setup, but I know that he has like one of the best Trav Barb setups in the game, like pretty much bar none, so I'm sure it's amazing. Okay, so assuming we go with a Crown of Ages with 2 IAS jewels, that's 30% increased attack speed. So we've got 30, 50, 60, 70. And then I'm trying to think like how we can potentially work this to maybe give ourselves Bob's Barbarian. Boop 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 boop. I'm like just I'm thinking here. I'm thinking and I'm thinking and I'm thinking. Stinking. I'm thinking real hard. I mean, there's tons of fun builds that you can do, Connor. Trav farming is a specific activity which you can optimize your character for entirely, so that is all you do is literally trav farming. And if you optimize your character specifically for trav farming to the point where your character is absolutely insane at trav farming, well then you're not going to have any trouble with just about anything. So like you're just going to do that trav farming and that's it. You just don't take them anywhere else. Don't take him nowhere else. Trying to think, like, I want some more crushing blow, obviously. Crushing blow would be nice. I'm certainly not opposed to a little bit of crushing blow. I think crafted gloves is probably a really good play here, so I think we just take some, like, really sick gloves. I guess those are fine. They're jab skills, but we could also go with passives. Passives would be really effective as well. I think passives is actually stronger for the fizz zones than the latter, but okay, so that gives us 20, 40, and then that's what? 50, 60, 70. So we're currently at 70%, and adding in the 45% from treachery puts us over by 10%, which is fine. So we pretty much just go with treachery then. I mean, it's not a terrible option. Boop, boop, boop. Let's go ahead and give her a charms. Unica, class item, Amazonian, Hellfire Torchium. Annie. Quest 2. Cube. We also need to give her the runes to actually be able to upgrade her item. So she needs a Apol Alum and a Perfect Emerald. Okay, and then for the mercenary, we're looking at a unique weapon, a Poliarm Elite, Ethereal Reaper Stole. And honestly, I want him attacking as fast as he possibly can, so I think my goal with him is just a shale run. Just get him as fast as he can possibly attack. In fact, let's go with a treachery on him too. And then Reaper's Toll already has good life leech on it, doesn't it? So we don't really need life leech on him then. In that case, actually, we don't even need. You know what? Let's turn him into a speed demon. Yeah. Let's make him fast. Let's make him really fast. Let's do an Andariel's Visage. And let's put a Ral rune in there. Cancel out the fire res. Actually, you know what? No. We're going to put a 15% IAS jewel in there. We'll make it even faster. We'll see. I want to see how ridiculously fast he can get. Then we need charms. So for this particular character, it would be passive. I'm pretty sure it would be passive in Magic GCs. Either that or I would go with max damage AR. Max damage AR or passives. Or maybe a mix of both might be appropriate. We also need some cold charms too. I forgot about that. So we need cold damage charms. Let's go miscellaneous, charm, smell charmers, cold damage, small charms. There we go. We're gonna need a bunch of these. Let's just go ahead and like stack them up underneath here. As many of those as we can get. Then we can do like, no, not harpoonist. If they don't have ones with decks on them, they just got passive in lives. Okay, so let's just do passive in lives. See how well this works. I think that's pretty much it. Let's go test her out and let's see how well she works. I am curious to see how much she rocks. Copy. Paste. So that you plan on doing a Hammerden next season? I mean, Hammerdens kind of suck to level up. Like, I've leveled them up myself. They're not exactly very fun. I mean, you might find, much like I've found, that Hammerdens are just not really the greatest characters to actually play. Once you get all your equipment and you have all the pieces of gear that you need and you're set up properly, they're amazing. But it's also not my personal playstyle. I don't really like the playstyle that it offers. I think specifically for Chaos, I think the Faux Paladin is stronger. I'm not, in all areas, like all areas of the game, I think the Hammerdin wins because of, just like the sheer damage output that they're capable of. But I'm pretty sure that at least in Chaos, which is one of the easiest areas to set up for a Fodin, Fodins absolutely demolish Chaos. That's like their bread and butter. I've got a, this is a build that I did. It's called the North Star Smiter. It's basically a Faux Paladin combined with a Smite Paladin. And it's probably one of the strongest builds I've ever created. Hold on. It's essentially the full power of a Faux Paladin with the full power of a Smiter, and there's really no compromise between the two. You're a full Smiter and you're a full Faux Paladin, and you're really strong in both. You have no problems with just about anything in the game. Bosses, Ubers. I mean, about the only thing you can't do is cow level, but like, who really cares? Alright, we gotta upgrade our Kelpie Snare to the Stygian Pike. Here we go, 150 to 654, not bad. Alright. Skill points are going to be really simple. We pretty much cap out Jab. We put 1 point in Impale and cap out Fend. And that's the entirety of what we're doing into the Javelin and Spear tree. We're not getting anything else. And then we're going to grab Critical Strike and Penetrate. Obviously, we'll grab all these. And we pretty much want honestly. Like, we have way too many points. So we're probably going to be capping out crit and penetrate. Penetrate most definitely. Crit, on the other hand, is one of those ones that doesn't really get as much benefit from being capped. But we really don't have like a lot of really good things to cap out anyway, and we only have 40 points. So 41 points left, which is a lot of points. I know I said only 41 points, but 41 points is a lot of points. Let's get some like optimization here. Okay, so we're probably not going to have much issue with melee characters, but we are going to have issues with ranged characters. So avoid. We're currently at rank 14 with avoid. We can go up relatively fast up till level 21. So let's bump this to 21. That gives us a 66% chance. And then we also want evade. So let's check evade's levels. So evade starts to hard cap pretty quickly at about the same thing, about 21, 22. Honestly, though, level 20 at 56 is probably a good target, so let's go to 20. Alright. And then critical strike. Let's optimize critical strike as well. So critical strike is... We're currently at 14, which is 62%. However, it goes up pretty rapidly. 63, 65, 66, 67, 68. 69% looks like... No, 71. That's the hard cap at level 24. Alright, so 71%. And that leaves us with 18 more skill points, which we can do with as we want. We could either cap out Inner Sight for the negative defense, or we could cap out Slow Missiles for the damage reduction. I mean, we already have them, so it's not like they're not going to be useful as they are, but we could get them higher. Or we could cap out our Valkyrie, so we have an additional tank to like hang around with us. I mean, a high-level Valkyrie is always good. Like, I wouldn't be upset with a high-level Valkyrie. But having more negative defense is also not terrible either. What's the, let's see here. It really does keep going up really high, too. Level 25 is 1,175 negative to defense. Let's stack it into Inner Sight. 1,000, -1,815. That's amazing. Alright, so we're gonna do like F1 there. Let's put ZX Fend. What was it? Jab Fend. That's pretty much how it's gonna look. Let's grab our Act 2 mercenary. Need a nice Holy Freeze merc.
I bet you.
Or Razan. Or Vikayat. Vikayat.
I'll put that to good use. I'll put that to good use. I'll put that to good use.
Alright. And that leaves us with... trying to think here. What am I missing? So we need to attack with this. Let's put jab over here. And over here. Same thing. Attack rating. So we need to see what our attack rating is. It's pretty low. Let's go ahead and stack some points into Dex. See if we can bring that up to an acceptable level. Perfect. Everything else in the vitality. It's a decent amount of HP. Not bad. Let's go try it out real quick. Alright, we need to pre-buff. Pre-buff burst of speed. Pre-buff activated. Switch back to my beautiful trident. Go ahead and use inner sights. Oh, I missed out on something. I wasn't even thinking about that. Man, I'm a big silly goose. I should have done slow missiles. I'm a slow character, right? It makes sense. Get as much slow as you possibly can. We're gonna test this on like Uber Diablo or something just for lulz. Yeah, if we threw it into slow missiles, everything would be really slow. I mean, granted, we can still cast slow missiles, so it's not like we don't get that opportunity, but... Alright, let's go. We got any Sojas left in here? There's usually a Soj laying around somewhere. Here we go. Alright, are we on P8? It felt like we were on P8. We are on P8. Okay, so let's do a P8 Uber Diablo. Let me grab some potions.
Good afternoon.
We'll go fight him in Arcane Sanctuary. I mean, well, the cellar. Decrepified, slowed, the whole 9 yards. Oh yeah, I forgot. Oh no, my mercenary. Even with 14,000 attack rating, a 77% chance to hit on the board there. It's like still missing like crazy. See all the X's just constantly popping up? He does look slow while casting his fire as well. I mean, I don't really feel like I'm in fear of dying or anything. Unless he gets lucky. Pretty much just holding down the button at this point. I mean, it's P8 over Diablo. Of course he's going to take a while. Unless you're a very profoundly high damage character. I also kind of low on CV too, which is a whole nother thing. What would happen if we added Impale with Blue Mix? It's such a slow ability, but I also lost my proc on the man catcher. Well, I'm just talking about in addition, because the Pale has its own slow on it. So, like, in addition to the slow on Kelpie Snare. Impale, 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 impale. Gonna impale, impale, impale. Impale, 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 impale. Impale, 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 yeah. Gonna impale for days to see, cause Diablo, he doesn't wanna die. Impaling Diablo in his eye, and when Diablo dies, he'll sigh. It took you like 10 years to kill me. I don't know what you want from me. Ding dong bee ba dong da ding dong dee da pom 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 dee. Just a chopping that wood all day long. A chopping and a singing a song. I'm pretty sure he's regenerating, by the way. I'm not applying open wounds at a fast enough rate to keep him locked down, basically. That's what the problem is. I don't think Impale hits quickly enough, unfortunately. Even though Jab is missing more than Impale is, it's still hitting more often than Impale is. And so it's doing a better job of keeping the open wounds up. Almost died. But yeah, I'm not keeping the anti-regeneration up, unfortunately. Not enough to keep him on lockdown. It's unfortunate. Don't really know how I can fix that. I don't know if I have anything with prevent monster heal on it sitting in here. I got a head striker with a Malrune in it. Oh no, head striker just has prevent monster heal on it. Okay.
Yes, citizen.
Vigayat.
I've heard.
Come on, Vigayat. We got this. P8 Uber Diablo, let's go. Chop, chop, chopping that wood. Oh, chopping that wood. What we doing here? Chopping that wood. Chopping that, chopping that, chopping that wood. Zombie chopping that wood. Merc's already dead. Minions are dead. Can't believe everything is dead. If I had a fanaticism merc, I don't know if that would bring me over the like the max of my AS limit. Not entirely sure. Slowest declone kill ever. I gotta say though, I'm not really very scared for my life. Like, he attacks so slowly that most of the time I got plenty of time to regenerate all my HP in the meantime. I'm basically just like sitting here wailing away, use an occasional potion every now and then. I'm like, oh no, I gotta use a potion, oh no. Not in a rush or anything. It's just like, you know, when you get a chance, just throw a potion up. It's actually most likely because of the no physical damage reduction, Charlemagne. I think a Vamp Gaze with an IAS jewel in it would be better than a Andes because it has 20% physical damage reduction, which he has none of right now, unless he procs his treachery. Diablo's attacks are all actually half fire, half physical damage as well as fire, which a lot of people just don't realize until they're almost dead. Die, Uber Babablo. Die. 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 Oh wow. Mist streak, and he's starting to regenerate. Well, that's rude. No mist streaks. No. Bad. Die. Stop being rude to me. I just need you to fall down and die. If you don't mind, please fall down and die. Would be nice if you fall down and die. And that would be what I need. Please fall down and frickin' die. Mr. Diablo, stab you in the eye. Dear Diablo, why do you still live? I've stabbed you about 1 trillion times. Oh, thanks for the sub, Mr. Moon, or the follow. Okay, well, you know, it's painful, but it... I mean, it is P8. Damage is a bit low. I mean, 5,250 for Fend isn't amazing. Maybe instead of these, I go with max damage charms to try and, like, fix that problem. I mean, 654 on the top end isn't exactly terrible, but I think the main issue is the range between the two is really bad. It's 150 to 654. So the average damage is actually far lower than it looks. Although I would like to see how she performs in, like, P1 and P3 and stuff. Let's change it real quick, and we're gonna go test her P1 prowess.
Need some help?
I feel like her P1 prowess is gonna be a hell of a lot better. Let's go to Canyon of the Magi.
I need a key.
Canyon of the Magi. She just murders everything. No mana. They stole it all. Mana thieves. Stop trying to kill my mercenary. I mean, my damage isn't exactly bad. I mean, that's for sure. But it's not like it's the most amazing thing in the world either. I think a bone break on this build would be really effective as well. Wow, it works really good against the ghosts to like lock them down. The ghosts can barely even move. Normally if I was in a pack like that I would have been absolutely destroyed. But I just stood in the center of the pack and slowed them all down and they couldn't do anything. Interesting. Merc can't hang to save his life though. Poor guy. You'd think with Holy Freeze and Decrepify he'd be able to stay alive, but apparently not. It doesn't seem like I'm just missing most of the time. It doesn't even make any sense. I got a 95% chance to hit most of these monsters, and I'm still seeing X's pop up. A lot of them at that. Holy ghosts, Batman. Look at them, the ghosts can't even attack. They're trying their dangest to attack and they can't even get an attack off. Is this softcore or is this hardcore? This is offline hero editor. That's what this is, Grabbermeyer. We're testing out a slows target build. Wanna see what I can do with slows target build, my friend. Kelpie snare in one hand and a bending in the other. Look at him. Look at him, so slow. Look at him. Look at him. They can't even move. Poor guys. Poor, unfortunate ghosts. So sad. So mad. What else do we test? We test some other things. Oh, Fend is insane. Fend is one of those abilities that just hits everything around it. It's kind of nuts. Let's go somewhere where we can get surrounded by monsters. Yeah, I am starving. I just realized I'm starving. I need some food in my belly. I need some food in my belly. Nom nom. Alright, let's see how she does in a higher player count too. Like, I obviously I haven't tested like P8 versions of the player count yet. Also grab our merc back, see if you can actually stay alive. Get my merc back, get my job back, get my best friend's wife back, get my cat back, get my dog back, get my life and my cat back, and don't know what I'm doing no more back. Cause that's what you get when you play a country song backwards.
Hello.
Yes, citizen.
Come on, Vicky up. Let's go pick on Eldritch. He was immune to physical? Was immune to physical, I guess. Overseer, what's up, Shank? Die. You die too. Everybody die. Do you understand? Lay down. It's funny to see them under the effect of the slow where they can't even do anything. I mean, like, look at them. Where you going, buddy? Where you going? Were you doing a somersault flip? That was kind of cool. Yeah, no, let's lay you down. Come on, go. What do you guys say about that? Unfortunately, some monsters I think are immune to all the slows and the chills and everything, so they basically have no effect on them. Like if I went to, I don't know, like Ancient Sway and found some Moon Lords or something. They both drop keys. Key. How many keys are gonna fall? What the hell? That's like 5 sets of keys that have fallen on the ground in the last, I don't even know, 30 seconds? I mean, it's definitely an interesting build. The amount of sheer amazingness that I've got going on here in terms of like slow target, I never feel like I'm in danger, that's for sure. The monsters are all just like super chillified. Look at him taking forever just to even make one swing. And then a lot of the times he gets interrupted before he even makes the swing, so he just doesn't do anything. So I'm just standing there just laughing. So there's actually a pretty good weapon that I was considering for like a barbarian or something. It's not this one specifically, but there is this weapon. It's called the Minotaur. The Minotaur is a weapon that has pretty decent damage output. It's a 200% enhanced. It also has slows target by 50%, as well as crushing blow and hit blinds target. It can be upgraded into the what is it? The Glorious Axe. So you can upgrade the Minotaur into the Glorious Axe, and then you've got 50% slows target with crushing blow on a decent base. The Minotaur. I'm sure that I've got an image of the Minotaur in its glorious form. The glorious. The glorious axe of gloriousness. And we're going to upgrade them. So that's the Glorious Minotaur X. 290 to 588. 45 dex, 154 strength. Unfortunately, it's super slow. A very slow axe. It does have half freeze duration, 20 strength. The hit blinds target is kind of interesting, like from a whirlwind barbarian perspective. Like if you did it on a whirly burb. That could be kind of fun. I mean, the barbarian could use this too, but I figure giving up a little bit of slows target for a pretty decent amount of crushing blow isn't exactly a terrible option. There's also other options in general for Slow's target. So if we take a look at Slow's target as an example, like there are other pieces of equipment that you can put on where you could use Slow's target with a build. So Blackthorn's face has 20% Slow's target. There's also the belt, of course, which is the spiderweb sash. So you can get 10% on that, or you can get 10% on Nosferatu's coil. So that's a total of, what is that, 30% right there. You can also get another 25% on Clegglaw's pincers. Now, they do have knockback on them, but you could combine those together, and you've got, what, 25, 35, 40, 55? You got 55% right there between all those pieces. And Medusa's Gaze, the Aegis, the shield, has 20% on it too. So that's another way that you could throw in 20 more percent. So you could have a total of, what is that? You know, assuming you're using whatever weapon is you want to use, so keeping the weapons out of the equation, you still got 20, that's what, 45%, 55%, 60, 75%. So you could be running 75% Slow's target with like a grief or something like that if you really wanted to play around with the Slow's target. I mean, Clegglaw's might be out simply because it has knockback on it, so not exactly the best option. But, I mean, you can still get like 50%. I mean, Nosferatu's at 10 is a pretty easy option because it also gives 10% IAS. Medusa's Gaze is a really interesting one because it also gives you Slow's target. I mean, lower res proc. So you'd have lower res proc along with the other, which would help the cold, you know, issue, like bringing the cold res down on targets. Astrion's has 25%. Which could make a very interesting, like, Zeal Slow's target paladin. Like, if you ran Astrion's plus Nosferatu's, that's 35%. And then threw in something like Blackthorn's, that's, you're already at, what, 30, 40, 50, 55%. Flesh Ripper also has 20% on it, too. So, there's actually a build that I did a while back, which was dual Zotted Flesh Rippers. And if you combined a little bit of Slow's target on the Flesh Rippers, you could make a really effective, like, Whirlwind Barbarian. With 2 Flesh Rippers. And that also gives you a massive amount of other stats, too, which is just amazing. So, I mean, once you get the Flesh Ripper, you've got negative 50% targets defense, you've got 25% crushing blow, Deadly Strike, Open Wounds, Prevent Monster Heal, and then you get the 20% Slow's target too. You got $150 on your scratcher? Nice. Grats. Grassy booty butt. I mean, Flesh Ripper is an interesting option choice, too. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with the mosaics then. You can do mosaic on pretty much any difficulty. Without the mosaics, you just have to build it like a regular martial sin. I mean, it's doable. It's slow and it works, but it's not exactly the best build out there in terms of like damage output or quickness of farming. But it's doable. I've actually played martial arts sins before mosaics came out and all the way through. I wouldn't say it was the best experience that I ever had, but it was certainly achievable. Once you get your mosaics, though, then your character just, like, goes crazy. Buffy the Vampire Sorceress. Alright, guys, I'm trying to get my schedule back on track because I keep streaming, like, really late at night because stupid night shifts and, like, you know, me getting stuck doing night shifts. So I want to fix that. I'm actually getting hungry, too, so I'm going to go down and make myself a pizza. I'm going to watch a little TV, and then I'm going to go to bed. I'm going to try to go to bed anyway. And I will see you guys tomorrow, hopefully earlier in the day than, like, 6 o'clock in the afternoon. I'd like to, you know, maybe get the stream started earlier so that I can hang out with you guys longer and not be sleeping all day, which would be nice because I'm stupid and I do that kind of stuff. Be sure to check out my Chinchilla shirts. They are awesome, by the way. If you guys haven't seen them on my shop, let me pull that up for you real quick. I just got my hoodie and my shirt today. I've also got some ugly Christmas sweaters on there, by the way. I'm not sure if you guys have seen my ugly Christmas sweaters. They do come from China. They're handmade. Like they wouldn't, well, not, I don't know, handmade, but they're made to order, and they come from China. I've actually ordered one already just to see. So if you do want one of these for Christmas, you might want to pick them up early. There's two of them. There's the Chinchilla one, and then there's also the Kubus the Monster Dog one, if you guys want one of those. There is also the t-shirts. Where's the t-shirts? This is the one I'm wearing right now. Is this one? I got this one on. I actually really like it. I think it's freaking amazing. I got it with words, and I also have it without words if you don't want the names and stuff on there. So there's a without words option as well. And there's also a hoodie, which I got like the dark, what was it, the indigo blue, I think? Or the navy? I can't remember which one I got. I got one of these, either indigo blue or navy. It turned out really good. Super excited. If you guys want to check those out, they're on my store, ggmentor.com. Most of these are so cheap that, honestly, they're basically free. Like, as far as I'm concerned, like, I don't really make much money off of them. So if you want to get yourself one, I try to price them at a, you know, affordable level where, you know, I'm not like trying to rip you off for getting them. It's really just something that you can grab and have some fun with. Like, I believe that the ugly Christmas sweaters, I think they cost me like $38 to make, and then you're buying them for $39, so I'm getting like $1. I'm not telling you that to make you guys feel bad or anything. I'm telling you that for a different reason, which is, you know, like, they're cheap. That's as cheap as I can make them. So pick them up, and that way, I mean, even if you just want a hoodie, I mean, that's pretty cheap for a hoodie, $29.99. I don't think you're going to get hoodies much cheaper anywhere else either. Like, let me look on Amazon and let's see what hoodies are going for right now on Amazon. So let's do, these are I believe these are Gildan hoodies, or they're Hanes, one or the other. I can't remember. I think they're Gildan. Gildan hoodies. Can't find the Gildan ones on here. That's fleece. That's not the same. I think that's about the closest thing we've got right now. So as you can see, they're what, $32.99 for a nice drawstring hoodie, and mine are $29.99. So you can see I'm trying to keep the prices like as close to reality as possible. But they're pretty nice. They're good quality. Like I've got them myself and I've checked them out. They are good quality shirts and good quality hoodies. So if you're interested, you know, take a look. Anyway, I'm gonna go eat myself a pizza and I'm gonna go pass out. I will see you guys later. Oh, what's up, Jack? I didn't even see you in here.
Yeah, I see you got all this stuff posted. I'm assuming I must have a what is it? I must have a theory craft to look forward to.
Oh, I just did it. I was playing around with I was trying to see like how good I could do like a Theorycraft slows target character. It works. It needs more damage, but she works.
Yeah,
P1 she rips. P1 she rips everything to shreds.
I love your Theorycraft videos.
P8
another one coming.
P8 Uber Diablo, she took a while to kill him. She really needed like maybe some more open wounds or something, because she was having problems keeping the regeneration like gone. Might be better to switch off a treachery and go with like a hustle instead for the IAS, and then that way I can use a poison charm to keep the regeneration from stacking up. But the it was a really long kill, but Diablo was really slow the entire time, and I kind of just laughed at him and wasn't really in danger at any point.
I thought treachery had 45%, right? Like,
Yeah.
so it's a 20% difference. That's gonna make a break point
For what?
for between hustle and treachery.
Oh, I'm talking about the open wounds not applying enough to keep his regeneration gone. So the venom on treachery cancels out poison damage, which makes it so that the poison damage doesn't cancel out regeneration. It's a thing.
Got you. Okay. Right.
So switching to hustle would be to avoid venom, not to change the IAS. Anyway,
Yeah.
I'll be on tomorrow.
All right, man.
I'm gonna try and get my schedule back right. I've been staying up way too late.
You and me both.
All right, guys and gals, it's been fun. It's been, what, 5 hours? As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching. Be sure to hit the like button and the subscribe button if you enjoy the content. And as always, buy a hoodie.